Wednesday, November 1st, 2023 council meeting to order. The council members and I met at 5 p.m. in the 6th floor council conference room for a briefing to discuss tonight's agenda. Note that item 4B will be pulled from tonight's agenda. Let me just double check that. Yes, okay. Yep, I know that one. So item 4B is pulled. That's just correction to some prior meeting minutes. At 5:30, we moved here to the first floor chambers to conduct the council meeting in person, and because we encourage community involvement, we invite the public to also join us in person or participate remotely via Zoom on BCAT. The exception is public recognition, but I'm going to hold some remarks on that until we get to public recognition. So first up for tonight's agenda, we have the mayor's report, and I'd like to welcome Mayor Wheeler.
All right, good evening, Council President, members of the City Council. Have a couple slides to share with you. All right, Dave, first slide. So the West Kitsap Way planning study is underway. It's we're in the visioning phase right now with the preliminary design being incorporated into the project, and of course citizen feedback at this level, at the very early level, is really important. Online open house begins November 7th, will run through the 22nd. Please share with your networks. We want as much feedback as possible, and especially once you see the virtual presentation that's being scheduled for Thursday, November 9th. That'll be an opportunity, because there has been a lot of work that's gone into this now, especially with stakeholders who are very involved, business owners who are adjacent, who have businesses adjacent to the corridor, anybody involved with transportation. Just quite a bit of work has been going on so far. This is important to have the community involved at this level. Next slide, please. So Public Works, we've got working with Public Works, have a Facebook operation up and running. This will be really important. If you've ever been in the shoes of somebody trying to communicate through one of our snowstorms that we have off and on, this one here, this will get us the information out to our community real time. It's important. Other areas with road closures, project updates. Again, you see a lot of work around the city. This is where you'll be able to actually access what's happening real time. So up and running. All right, next slide, please. 11th Street update. Most of you have seen now the Lower Washington Avenue is all but complete. Most of the work is done, and there's going to be a pause in that project now and until late January. As you can see up there on the screen, full closure and detour of 11th Street in Washington is expected to occur in February and last approximately 4 months. While local access will be provided and no impacts to the Manette Bridge, there's going to be other just inconveniences I want you to be aware of. So starting in February, a pretty intense 4-month period to try to get this done as soon as possible. Next slide, please. That's just an example of, especially if you look at the lower two slides, of a before and after photo. All right, next slide, Dave. All right, the salmon are coming. So I would encourage you to join me this coming Saturday out at Jarstead Park and take the tour. We have a lot of folks who go out there from different environmental organizations. Our own city staff participate, Kitsap Regional Library. They'll take you through the life cycle of a salmon and why the work we do is so important to restoring our salmon runs. It's a fun event, and I'll be out there with, of course, my family, showing them this. So I hope to see you out there. Next slide. And last but not least, this just came in this afternoon. We have been awarded the Creative Art District certification. So I just wanted to get this on your radar. Washington Arts Commission has just notified us. I will bringing forward all of the individuals that made this happen, and we'll recognize them as soon as we receive the letter in our office. We'll make sure we do that. This is great work by the team that put this together. All right, so that concludes tonight's report, Council.
Excellent. Great news all around. Thank you, Mayor. All right, next up we have the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Coughlin. For approval on the consent agenda are the following items. A, claims and check register. Approval of the following checks and electronic fund transfers. 1, check numbers 404693 through 404869, and EFT numbers V38590 through V38592, V39533 through V39631, in the total amount of $2,709,877.26. 2, regular payroll for pay period ending October 15th, 2023, in the amount of $1,059,919.92. 3, retiree payroll for pay period ending October 31st, 2023, in the amount of $35,647.23. C, minutes of meeting October 18th, 2023. D, minutes of special meeting October 23rd, 2023. E, minutes of study session October 25th, 2023. F, minutes of special meeting October 26th, 2023. G, confirm appointment of Kristen Sluter to the Bremerton Parks and Recreation Commission. H, supplemental agreement number 1 with DKS Associates, Inc. for pedestrian crossing safety project. I, goods and services agreement for purchase of a Cummins emergency generator for lift station CE1. J, change order number 2 to the Public Works agreement with Utter Associates, Inc. for the design and installation of audio-visual equipment at the Bremerton Municipal Court. K, ordinance number 5484 to amend and reestablish city rates and fees for 2024. L, ordinance number 5485 to amend and reestablish utility assessments, rates, and fees and charges for 2024. And M, ordinance number 5486 to levy property taxes for collection in 2024. This concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Does any member of the public wish to comment on any one of these specific items? If so, please either come to the podium or raise your hand on Zoom. And yes, we'll go to Mr. Roy Runyon online.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me, Council President?
Yes, I can, Mr. Runyon. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. If you hear any feedback, just let me know. I've got an external speaker running. First of all, I ask that someone on the council pull down these, the 3 items, ordinance 5484, 5485, and 5486, items K, L, and M, for more thorough discussion and questions about the rate increases proposed. Barring that, under item K, ordinance 5485, you have the city rate and fee increase for 2024. So you're increasing the ambulance transport, and we pay EMS levies, we have general fund, we have other taxes we pay into the general fund, and so I'm opposed to those increases. Vote no on that. Vote no on the consent agenda because that's included as one vote. Ordinance number L, ordinance 5485 is the big one. So for water utility service, so you talk about affordability of rental housing and housing in general, this is just going to drive up the cost for everybody. Landlords, myself included, are going to pass some or all of this cost increase to our renters. So that's problematic. So vote no on the consent agenda because specifically item L, on the 5/8 inch water service, that's a 49% increase. 49%. How can you justify that? Vote no. That concludes my comments on these.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else have a comment on any one of these specific consent agenda items? All right, seeing none, I'll go to the council for a motion. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Lyson online. Please go ahead.
I wanted to echo the statements by Mr. Runyon about the public having more opportunity to comment on the property taxes in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I always want to give a chance to the administration if they wanted to comment on any one of those specific items. I know we discussed them thoroughly in study session already, but. Okay. Yeah, Mayor, yeah.
If I understood the question or the comment, it was that the cost increase on a 5/8" water service was 45% increase. I just did the math really quickly. It's like 3%. It's much less than that. And then specific to how those are calculated, actually, there's a lot of detail that goes into that. We actually take the costs of our labor, and then we go out and we identify all the costs of all the materials that are used in those connections, and that's how that calculation is made. So it's just recovering cost.
Cool. Thank you, Director Nucky. All right. Seeing no other public questions for consent agenda, I'll go to the council for a motion. Oh, yes, Councilmember Younger.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I call for the question, or I call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Chamberlain?
Aye.
Fry?
Yes.
Thank you. Fry?
Yes.
Dennehy? He's not. Oh. Councilmember Dennehy? Good now?
You guys hear me?
Yes, now we can. Councilmember, good now.
That one's good now.
I'm losing audio from the dais mics, it seems.
I also am, and I was going to say something. There's quite a delay when I hear it.
Oh, odd. Okay. Ms. Hoover's calling the vote, so do you mind maybe restarting, Ms. Hoover?
Yes. Okay. Councilmember Chamberlain, this is for the consent agenda, and Chamberlain, let's see, Dennehy and Goodnow. So I'll be calling for the vote. Councilmember Chamberlain, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Fry?
Yes.
Dennehy?
Yes.
Thank you. Goodnow?
Yes.
Mockler?
Yes.
Younger?
Yes.
Coughlin?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Next on the agenda is public recognition.
Thank you. Before I open public recognition, I wanted to address what happened 2 weeks ago during public recognition. And what happened was horrible, detestable things were said by some callers during public recognition over Zoom 2 weeks ago. It was clearly anti-Semitic hate speech that has no place in Bremerton and no place in any community. And unfortunately, we're seeing this unfold across the country with a large number of city councils and other public bodies targeted, especially over Zoom, in recent weeks. And even the FBI and other national agencies have warned about a rise of anti-Semitism at historic levels. Online, I've shared an article written by the Jewish mayor pro tem of El Cerrito, California, which was also targeted several weeks ago with anti-Semitic hate speech. And he describes how, as difficult as it is, he had to let the public speaker speak, even though what they're saying was vile. And I've reiterated this to some folks and talking with our city attorney. It's again due to the First Amendment and open public meeting laws. As much as we may disagree with some of this vile filth that was spewed by these people, it is legally allowed up to they know how to go right up to the line without crossing it. So if I shut them down without them crossing that very clear line, the city is open to lawsuits and potentially the Bremerton taxpayers' dollars going to these hate groups, which I will not allow to happen. That said, we as a council last week discussed how we can best combat this hate speech and address it without violating the law. And one option that we've agreed on is that for the time being going forward, we're not going to be taking public recognition over Zoom, and that's in line with the Washington Open Public Meeting Act and First Amendment. So we're going to be limiting public recognition, which is being able to speak on any topic, to in-person only here. We're still going to have public comment, which is specific to an agenda item. So if somebody goes off topic, I'm able to stop them. So that will still be allowed on Zoom, but public recognition will be in person only. And it wasn't a decision we made lightly because this council especially really values that public feedback. We found Zoom in general to be a great tool to get feedback from folks. But unfortunately, we're not going to subject the rest of the public to this hate speech. So we've made that decision going forward. I know myself and the mayor have been talking to Rabbi Katcher of our local synagogue, who's here today. I want to personally apologize for not reaching out to her directly after this happened, but I thank her for reaching out to me. And I know we're having some great conversations on how we can continue to address this rise in anti-Semitism and what we can do locally for meaningful action. So we're going to continue to do that. So that said, public recognition is an opportunity for attendees to address the council on any issue not already on tonight's agenda. Also, now that it's election season, please refrain from any comments on political campaigns or ballot measures. Again, no public comments accepted via Zoom, but if you'd like to speak in person, please line up at the podium and wait to be recognized. We just ask that you state your name for use in the meeting minutes, whether you live or work in Bremerton, and we'll limit comments to 3 minutes each or less. A reminder that any comments on the budget or, sorry, if I can keep it down. Any comments on the budget or item 7A regarding the Fisher Plat, please wait until those specific items are called. All right. Or email anytime, but you have to, if they're speaking here tonight, yeah. All right, with that, I'll open public recognition, and we'll start here in the room. Please go ahead.
Mary Lou Long, longtime resident, District 6. The Kitsap Sun opinion column has a letter from Rabbi Emily Ketcher I read this morning. Hate speech has no place here. That should be read by all. It is a good thing that the council now will come up with a solution to stopping such venomous speech. But as I remember, Council President Jeff Coughlin cut off a caller in the past when it was apparent that the caller associated a crude term unflattering to a council member. Where was his right to free speech then? Why did Coughlin tolerate the 3 minutes of one caller and shut off the other? Very curious that the president did not cut the recording of hate speech at that time. The attendees at that meeting gasped in disgust with hearing the recorded Jewish slander. You gave an excuse that the caller had the right to say what he was saying because of free speech. It was an inconsistent answer as far as I'm concerned. With that, recently we have been horrified by the Israeli war and main mass murderers. Both show us that evil is alive and thriving in our world today. It is important that we stand together as one people with one voice against the brutality of these attackers. God and the devil are obviously battling for our souls. Last Wednesday, the House of Representatives passed H.R. 771 to stand with Israel. As complicated as some may think, the fighting will be killing many on both sides. God help us. All are not innocent bystanders, but one has to understand that Hamas from Palestine made the first move. If you stand with the United States of America and the Israeli nation, then I ask that you stand with me and pledge allegiance to our flag in this time of trouble. Carefully think about the words. Would you please stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. I say this pledge to the council and the citizens of Bremerton because I do believe it's necessary for us to continue to remember who we are. And I want them to bring this back as the opening formal statement for our community by the council so that we know who we are. I recently heard from a 16-year-old boy at Bremerton High School that there was going to be a rally in support of Palestine. This would be dangerous. This would be a dangerous idea, and it could move an unstable person to act out and cause serious injury to others. I suggest that the parents instruct their children to stay
Council
out of this fight
President.
And that's 3
support
minutes.
their country, as those making the decisions
Thank
on
you.
our behalf know much more than
Thank you very much for your
Point of order.
Thank you
Point
very
of
much for
order.
your
She's-
comments.
Okay,
you.
well, thank you very much.
All right. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Hey, you guys, council members. My name is Tony Ives. I'm the executive director for Kitsap Community Resources. I work here, I live in Port Orchard, but I grew up here, and I'm so happy to be here. It's been a while, so I apologize for not coming by. So I want to speak to the optimism of the community and what we're all trying to do together. So a few months ago, we finished a community needs assessment. There was about 4,200 respondents across the demographics across the county. It was the most robust and comprehensive survey beside the census that we've ever done. And we all participated in that, and we appreciate you guys. But the idea was to share data in order to craft a shared strategic vision for the next 3 to 5 years. So Kitsap Transit's reached out, the hospitals reached out. I was with the Bremerton School District today. We were all talking about it, not recreating a wheel, but figuring out what is the vision, how to solve the problem. The 4 things were basically housing, healthcare, the access and information for resources, and transit. And so I'm happy to say that everybody who's involved in those decisions have gotten the raw data from Kitsap Public Health, and we thank everybody who participated. But I want to tell you a story. So I was at Housing Washington. It's a conference maybe about 3 weeks ago in Tacoma, and the Department of Commerce were there. We have a great relationship with them, and one of the managing directors said, "Hey Tony, you guys didn't submit a request for funding for housing." I said, "No, I know. Bremerton Housing Authority did it," and we were all working together. There were at least 5 partners in the community that helped with that grant, and they're like, "Oh yeah, the Kitsap County Affordable Housing Task Force." And they said, "Are you guys formalized yet?" I said, "No, we can't speak for everybody, but we're trying to work together to collaborate to solve a problem." Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, also for being a part of this committee. So this includes operational cost and expertise, and we're all sharing this together. We talk just about every day about how we can solve the problem, not just here in Bremerton, but around Kitsap County. So we work closely with the county. So I just want to remind everybody of this. It's important that there's dignity involved in everything that we do, and there's a solution, okay? And we're working towards that. Yeah, I think that's all I really had to say. We're working towards a collaborative solution with shared ideas, okay? And it's important to note that. And I know I have your ear, council, whenever I have a question, or
that's, 3
whenever you
minutes as
need
well.
information. So I appreciate you guys, and KCR
you.
does too. And we appreciate
Thank
our
you for your
community
comments,
partners.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rabbi Emily Katcher, and I am the rabbi of Bremerton's only Jewish synagogue, Congregation Beth HaTikvah. We're a small community, but we love where our synagogue is. We love our community. We love being the Jews of Kitsap County. It's wonderful for us. We're very proud of our connection to Bremerton. We've been there since 1947. I also want to express my appreciation for the council's response, making a plan to deal with bad hate speech coming out in the public comments, at least making a gesture to saying that people should speak in public. That's a good idea and a good response. And I appreciate the responsiveness of local law enforcement to the worries of the Bremerton Jewish community. That being said, I'd also like to speak to the content of what was said. And the content of what was said was not mere hate speech. It was a recitation of tropes that have been used to incite anti-Semitic violence for centuries. centuries. This is not new, and it is not simply alliance building. This is a real statement in order to incite pogroms. So it's very serious, and we do need to take it very seriously and pay attention. My other concern, however, is that after this speech was made in public, no one reached out to the Jewish community. I did not hear from a soul about this until a very kind lady who had been to the October 18th meeting had written me snail mail through the USPS, and she'd sent me that, and I received it at the synagogue a week later. And then I opened this up, and here is this information about what happened at the city council meeting. And I was surprised, and I wasn't sure about it, and I listened to the recording, and my worst fears were confirmed. An actual pro-Nazi statement, an actual incent to violence against my community was raised, and no one told me. No one told any of us. I did not know until last Shabbat. I know that we will have a good relationship going forward, and I look forward to working with you. And I know your hearts are in the right place. But right now, even as the president pointed out, we are in an outrageous era of Jew hatred, and we need your support all the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Council President,
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt public recognition. I'm unable to hear parts of the public speakers speaking.
Darn, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Can you, is it sound like internet cutting in and out, or is it speakers not being close enough to the microphone? Are you able to tell?
No, I'll tell you what it is. It is right in the beginning of when folks are speaking either from the dais or from the podium out there. For a few seconds it cuts out and then it cuts back in. I just want to give that feedback because I really appreciate all the public comment.
Oh, much appreciated, Vice President. I know IT will be taking a look at that, so we'll continue and just, we'll make sure to all speak into the mic and see if we can sort out that if it's an IT issue. Cool, thank you. All right, yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jackson Pincus. I'm speaking tonight both as a Jewish resident of Bremerton and as the local assistant director for the American Jewish Committee, AJC. Soon after my partner and I first moved here, a routine drive home from Lowe's turned scary when a car with a bumper sticker reading 88 is just a number passed me. For those who are unaware, the reference to the number 88 is a common neo-Nazi dog whistle. So when I shared this experience with Councilmember Goodnow, he was rightfully disgusted and went to great lengths to reassure me that this person could not have been from Bremerton because this ideology is not reflective of Bremerton. But today I'm unfortunately here to reflect on a second instance of Jew hatred, which took place in this room 2 weeks ago today, when two people took to the microphone to spout age-old conspiracies and incite violence against me and my community. It is unfortunately clear that the 1,300% increase in Jew hatred online and the over 400% increase in physical violence since the beginning of what Prime Minister Netanyahu has called Israel's second war for independence has found its way to our city. Bremerton's Jews are a small but mighty community. We contribute to society, we support our neighbors, and we stand up when other segments of our city are attacked. But really, all that should matter is that we too are human beings who deserve the same respect, dignity, and safety as any other resident of Bremerton. And I submit to Council that Jew hatred is not a disease which can easily be cured by the limits of free speech. It is a disease which has persisted for 5,000 years, and it requires active work to root out. That active work requires our elected leadership to fully understand the unique danger we're in, and that you do something to protect us, not just say something. For years, Jewish groups have chanted "never again," in reference to the prevailing belief that the world had learned from the Holocaust. The past 3 weeks have shown the opposite is true. Never again is now. Every single Jewish person I know has removed too many people from our lives these past few weeks because those who said they would stand up for us when our lives were endangered have instead either stayed silent or actively sided with those whose stated goal is to finish what Nazi Germany started. I believed Councilmember Goodnow then, and I still believe him now. However, while Jewish communities can always speak up for ourselves, we are too small to be heard without non-Jewish allies lifting our voices up. As elected leaders of an extremely diverse city, Our local Jewish community needs your voices right now. But more than that, we need your concrete action to make real progress in what is at its core literally a fight for our lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Diane Iverson, resident of Bremerton. I'm here today to show my support for a road diet on 6th Street. Sorry, but I'm a little emotional from the previous speakers. The City of Bremerton's 2007 non-motorized plan describes in graphical detail a future road diet on 6th Street, otherwise known as a 4 to 3 lane conversion. A more upbeat description is a road upgrade, since it is safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and cars. Many cities require that 4-lane roads be converted to 3 lanes, plus bike lanes when road resurfacing occurs, unless a specific request is made for an exception to that rule. The decision to do this 6th Street road upgrade was made 16 years ago when it became part of the Bremerton Comprehensive Plan. Road diet conversations typically occur during road preservation projects because it saves money if you combine the preservation project with rechannelization. Once the road is resurfaced, it doesn't cost any more to lay down new lane markings as replacing the old ones. The less time you spend reconstructing a street, the less time businesses are fighting to survive during the construction process. It's a win-win for the city, small businesses, and residents to do rechannelization during routine road preservation projects. A 4 to 3 lane conversion significantly reduces car, bike, and pedestrian accidents. Communities usually see an increase in pedestrian and bicycle volumes. Vehicle throughput generally stays about the same, but there is a reduction in top vehicle speeds and crash rates. That is why I support a 4 to 3 lane conversion. Save the taxpayers' money and mandate that a 6th Street road diet be implemented as a promise during Phase 3 of the road preservation project. The grant has a deadline of 2025, not 2024. There's enough time to do this right. It's been 16 years in policy. It's time to follow policy and do what the community wants. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, council members. Although not on your agenda tonight, but certainly of great concern to the hundreds of residents of Shorewood, Madrona Point, and Bay Vista neighborhoods, 9 of which are lined up behind me, representing several dozen who have given input to our comments tonight, is the notion of the city determinedly pushing through a particular type of homeless shelter at 100 Bay Vista Avenue without adequate consideration of the needs of our homeless population or the safety of the neighborhoods in which we live. Our biggest concern is that to many it appears our mayor is inexplicably insisting on dictating a solution without the meaningful input of critical stakeholders, promoting to this council only the model he has already chosen, and limiting your ability to consider this issue holistically. Worse, the mayor may use informal or formal declaration of an emergency, which will further circumvent this council's decision-making authority and allow the city to force a shelter through without the voice of the people or the council elected to represent us. We want to be clear about 2 things. Building a structure on an unprepared site is not an emergency response. It's ludicrous for the city to formally or informally call this an emergency when it intends to take 6 to 8 or more months to provide a solution. The mayor has already acknowledged that the Salvation Army is opening its emergency shelter through April of 2024. Any plan by the city for a project that stems well into the next calendar year has time to follow established public process. The solution the city advocates for, a sprung shelter, is a model of the past, not the future. Sprung shelters were initially designed in the 19th century to meet the needs of able-bodied employed males, specifically prospectors and cowboys in 1887. And the concept went on to be applied in the 20th century to the military, to sports, and to industrial population uses, all there voluntarily, all there for financial gain. But without significant modification, the simplistic design of a sprung shelter has been proven inadequate to meet the needs of our most vulnerable, marginalized homeless, females, children, high medical needs, LGBTQ, and can in fact be dangerous for them. We're here tonight to present a number of questions and concerns that must be meaningfully addressed before the council can properly determine what location and what type of shelter will best serve the homeless in our community. We ask you to engage with us, listen carefully, seek out additional information, and demand the cooperation of the city.
Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you.
Point of order, Council President.
I'm just going to ask folks in the audience to, if you can remain quiet while someone's speaking, that way we can make sure to hear them. Cool, thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order, Council President. Could you ask people to please state their names for the record?
Yes, thank you. Good reminder to please state your name. Thank you. All right, please go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Clausen. I'm a resident of Bremerton. Initially, the mayor stated that he would bring forth 3 possible shelter models for consideration: campground, pallet, and congregate. However, since last month, he has spoken to the council only about the congregate housing model, referred to as a sprung shelter. Sprung shelters focus on bulk overnight warehousing of the homeless and are the least compassionate, least safe shelter model. Why has the mayor chosen not to provide the council with objective information, including pros and cons, costs, and timelines, for each of the 3 models he initially identified? I urge you as a city council to insist that the city fully educate you on each alternative. At your last study session, the city showed you an 8-minute marketing video in a blatant attempt to sell you on the idea of supporting a congregate sprung shelter model. The facilities successfully portrayed in that video were located in industrial or core city areas, not at all like the urban neighborhood that the city proposes be used for the Bremerton project. Does the city have similar slick videos touting the campground and pallet model approaches? Shouldn't these other models get equal time with you? Are you content that you will be asked to make a decision on one model without understanding any other available options? Because we are not content with that. This council has a duty to make a fully informed decision and not allow itself to be led by the mayor's political desires. If the mayor will not collaborate or provide you objective information on each model, what does the council intend to do to get yourselves that information before the scheduled December 6th vote? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Hanton. The mayor was quoted in the Kitsap Sun saying, "The preferred alternative will be what provides the opportunity for folks to be able to transition from being homeless." However, it appears the mayor has settled on the congregate warehouse model, which researchers show has the absolute least chance of successfully transitioning homeless people into stable housing. And he has championed his choice without providing any details at all to the public or the council. Can the city articulate a full description of this proposed shelter and its intended purpose? Can you walk us through what 24 hours or perhaps 2 weeks in the mayor's shelter will look like? Is it just an oversight facility, or will it provide full-time, longer shelter? What does temporary mean for the people who come here? Is there a curfew? Are pets allowed? Can a person securely lock up their possessions? Can they stay all day? Is there a laundry? Is there medical assistance? Are support services available? Where will they park their cars? Yes, some of them do have cars, some of them have been living in them. How exactly does a homeless person transition into stable housing unless they have a safe place to leave their valuables while they go to a job interview or access support services? As they strive for self-sufficiency, how do they make this transition without a guaranteed 24-hour shelter spot to return to after they work all day or all evening or all night? The mayor has stated that there will be some availability to stay in the shelter during the day, but that does not mean a person who finds employment working a night shift will be provided a quiet place to sleep during the day, or maybe it does, who knows? Exactly what evidence has the mayor provided to you in support that his proposed congregate warehouse shelter successfully addresses his stated goals as the preferred alternative and the concerns that we have just mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And it should be a little lower if, yeah. There we go.
Thank you, council members, for the time. My name is Bree Medley. I'm a resident of Bremerton as well. I was here last week to bring up some questions about this, and I have asked pointed questions and have not yet received answers, so I'm coming to City Council on behalf of my neighbors and everyone you're here hearing from as well. I'm specifically here to ask for a little bit of clarification about the inconsistent representation of whether this is an emergency shelter or a temporary shelter. This shelter is being called, or this project is being called, emergency shelter. However, the mayor has, Salvation Army will be opening an emergency shelter for the winter months beginning today through April 30th. As such, it appears the emergent need has been addressed. When a city council member was asked why the city council has not been included in the decision on project site or type of structure, the council member informed us Mayor Wheeler had said that he had diverged from usual procedure because it was an emergency situation. However, Mayor Wheeler has stated to myself directly that he has not declared a state of emergency. All noticing and public outreach will be in accordance with the local and state laws. That statement appears to be disingenuous as the site selection appears to be completed, portions of the design site contracts have been executed, and selection of structure is appearing to move forward without public outreach or city council approval or input. We understand that he does not have to appear before council until the cost expenditure rises above $100,000. But when one of our neighbors noted this kind of rolling expenditure, it was noted and indicated by the mayor that this necessary move was to resolve an emergency situation. So finding an understanding of what emergency means here would be very, very important. We would also ask, as it relates to procedures, for there to be some understanding associated with what kind of support structures and facilities and our agencies do in fact endorse this publicly. Our key social services and safety agencies, we would like to understand which of them actually support this model. Whatever this model may be, we still are not clear what that model is, but we do not believe that any of the agencies, or maybe we just haven't seen it, publicly support this system. Peninsula Health Services, Kitsap Mental Health, Kitsap Community Resources, Bremerton Housing Authority, St. Vincent de Paul, Rescue Mission, Kitsap Public Health, CHI Franciscan, the police chief, the fire marshal, Bay Vista Residents Advisory Council. We want to work together as a community to provide a really solid support for our unhoused neighbors as well as the community members that will be affected by it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think we're going to swap out microphones here. All right, thank you, Dave. Please
Hello,
go ahead.
good evening. My name is Dan Album. I live and work in Bremerton. And, sorry, let me adjust this. Thank you for your time this evening. Adding to the previous comments concerning the shelter, I'd like to ask the city for clarity on who will staff and maintain this facility. We've heard that the city intends to ask the Salvation Army to staff and run the facility. We have concerns about that due to the fact that some of our currently unhoused population have already fully rejected organizations with religious ties or been denied services by that establishment. And it is our understanding that Salvation Army cannot accept anyone with medical issues, for example, incontinence, or other high medical needs. In addition, the drop-in congregate model has no apparent ability to screen for violent criminal history prior to admittance. What is the city's backup plan if the Salvation Army cannot or will not provide the necessary staffing? Who will be providing security for this facility? Additionally, which entity will provide maintenance and repairs in this facility? It is the city's, if it is the city, is this an efficient use of existing staff, or will the city be asking for even more employees to cover this work? Also, we'd like to note that cities across the country that are better resourced and more fully staffed than Bremerton have failed in their attempts to directly manage homeless shelters. How has the mayor proven to you that his staff has the expertise, the experience, and the time to manage this shelter directly without it resulting in the same failure that other cities that are better resourced have experienced? Thank you for your clarity on this.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Kate Wilson. I live in Bremerton. I'm in District 6. Big questions. We've been talking about this. I'm concerned about the business community as well. Why is the city not reaching out to local businesses near their proposed site to let them know what is happening? Is the plan just to get this passed through city council and then let businesses fend for themselves or pack up and leave our area? This is anecdotal, but I already know people that go to Winco in Silverdale rather than use the one in Bremerton. And so this is a concern. Our business neighbors on Kitsap Way have dealt with the increased challenges of homelessness for several years now. Many of our fast food and restaurants, coffee shops now limit access to their lobby or close them entirely. This is because of the need for toilet facilities and daytime indoor shelter out of the elements. If the congregate warehouse model being pushed by the city does not provide adequate indoor shelter around the clock, it will simply be dumping more homeless on Kitsap Way to fend for themselves all day. This will likely lead to more crime, more sanitation issues, more unsafe sidewalks and streets, and more businesses that shutter and leave our neighborhood. While our neighborhood may survive just fine without these small businesses, we are also concerned with our few essential service providers. We have only one grocery store, Winco, two essential pharmacies, Rite Aid and Walgreens, in our neighborhood. They each suffer the impact of the homelessness and mental health crises on an ongoing basis. We are concerned that we are already approaching the tipping point for these businesses to decide to move out of our immediate community. How has the city indicated that they will support these businesses to ensure that they are able to continue to provide essential goods and services in our neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Zach Mann. I am a resident of Bremerton, and I also work here. I'm here because I love my neighborhood, and we have lots of children in our neighborhood. I come from Bay Vista, and we're diverse. So we have military families there. We have people who work for the DoD. We've got people that are living in Section 8. We have people that have low-income options in our neighborhood. But one thing is for certain is we have a lot of children. And I look at the site that's chosen. I agree with the other people that spoke before me. This is not an emergency solution. It's just too long for that. I think it's more of a long-term solution, but it's not going to arrive here fast enough to help people through the cold now. To my understanding, there are other sites that are available that would require less development. I think that the council should really consider that. I love the democratic process. I vote. I've been a registered Democrat for many, many years. And what hurts me is to hear that some of that process had been bypassed in this decision. I found out about this yesterday during Halloween, and I've got a family of 4. I've got a 17-year-old, a 15-year-old, an 11-year-old, and a 9-year-old. And I think about the impact that it'll have on my community to have so many, all of Bremerton's homeless, living right next door on our stoop. In fact, right across from Periwinkle Park, not 100 feet away. And on the other side of that, we've got a school where kids that are trying to learn trade skills, maybe they've had a difficult time in academia, that's their different option. And then we have a preschool there too. Has any consideration been made to think about these children, to think about the types of things that come with the homeless community, exposing the children? We just found out that there's not going to be any kind of screening, any kind of security screening for people who are going into this camp. I would hate for my daughters to get hurt in my neighborhood, and I implore you to consider that. We have brand new homeowners. We have people that are in disadvantaged communities, people on Section 8. They can't move very easily. I know. I've been there. I've lived in Section 8. I'm a veteran. I've gone through the VASH program. I've made something out of my life. I'm one of the new homeowners. We live there. I've got 4 kids and a wonderful attorney fiance. And it's devastating to hear what's coming to our neighborhood on our doorstep in the playground where our children play. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Nick, and I'm a Bremerton resident as well as a former member of the Bremerton unhoused community. I want to give a voice to our unhoused, especially the gender diverse and trans community, because we continue to live in the shadows. During my more than 2 years on the streets of Bremerton, I used the Salvation Army as a place to sleep, food, and bathroom facilities. They are the reason I'm here today. However, dormitory living comes with a price. I had no privacy. Sleep was difficult, scary, and uncomfortable. My health was impacted by everyone around me. My physical safety was not guaranteed. I would sleep with my arms through my backpack straps so no one could steal it from me. I was assaulted many times. Twice I fought back, and twice I was removed from the building for defending myself, sent back to living on the streets. Being eligible for services is one thing. Being able to access services is another. But before any of that comes into play, you have to want it first. You can't force people to use a shelter. There are basic needs that everyone has: food, shelter, safety. But these are symptoms of a bigger issue. I see 3 things as necessary to be proposed solution: privacy, dignity, and opportunities to address the root cause of being unhoused. I would like to ask the City Council to ask the Mayor how his proposed plan will address these 3 issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Am I ready to go?
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Lisa Ganowski. I'm a Bremerton resident. I am also a domestic violence advocate and have been for more than 25 years. And I'm the proud mother of a former homeless child who is a transgender woman in our community. And I am also a small business owner in Bremerton. Both our housed and our unhoused neighbors need the City Council to educate itself on other shelter models. One that stands out to us is pallet shelters. Our own research has shown us that pallet shelters are a much safer option for women, children, persons who identify differently than they may present, and those with disabilities or medical needs. Pallet shelters can be fenced from intrusion, require applications, screen for violent crime history, and provide successful transition into long-term stable housing by providing needed support services. And also, Bremerton has several local social service agencies building an impressive track record for working collaboratively to create innovative, successful housing options for difficult-to-serve populations. For example, we've got Pendleton Place, Mills Crossing, Evergreen Bright Start. Why is the city refusing to engage meaningfully with these local agencies or accept their wisdom about which option truly will best serve the needs of Bremerton? Kitsap Community Resources, Kitsap Mental Health, Bremerton Housing Authority, Peninsula Health Services, Rescue Mission. They have already created very successful housing options in Bremerton, and the wisdom and experience of these agencies is readily available for the asking. While we understand the mayor has talked to these agencies, we see no evidence that he has yet been willing to accept their feedback or alter his course. We encourage you, as our city council, to invite these agencies to educate you further before you're pressured into taking an uninformed vote. We know there is a solution. We want to be part of the solution, and we don't quite know what that solution is, but there needs to be more dialogue. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Ready? Thank you. Hello, my name is Amy Waterman. I'm a resident of Bremerton. I'm the last in this collection of people who are speaking to you this evening. Thank you for letting us speak with you this evening. I just want to summarize what everyone has said before me. The homeless issue in our city is growing more desperate as time goes by. We understand that our city leaders are due to address this issue, this plight of our unsheltered neighbors. We absolutely insist that you take action only after engaging in a transparent, collaborative, informed process. The mayor's proposal, while well-intended, is inadequate to meet the needs of our community. The model he has chosen has little chance of successfully meeting the stated goals or the broader goals of our community in effectively addressing the needs of our homeless. The mayor and this council must choose the option that best ensures that our unhoused residents who use a transitional housing facility will be safe and receive the support they need to successfully move onto more stable housing. The mayor and the council must also ensure the safety and well-being of the surrounding residential neighborhoods in which any transitional housing project is located. You, the city council, must stay in control of this process. We are asking you to do so, and ensure that adequate guardrails are put in place to protect all of us. It is not too late for this council to do that work properly. Our unhoused and housed residents are relying on you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sounds good.
My name is Judith Krigsman, and I live in Illahee.
And I'm sorry, one second. I think Dave's going to help you with the mic so we can hear you. There we go. Please go ahead.
On October the 18th, I came to the Bremerton City Council to speak on an agenda item. About 30 minutes in to the meeting, a Zoom bomber called in with a hate message against us Jews. I come from a family of Holocaust survivors, and what happened at this meeting is unacceptable, and I was horrified. I raised my hand at this meeting and called out, inappropriate, and stop this hate. No council member did anything. I then walked out for a minute and re-entered only to hear another hate Zoom call. Nothing happened to stop these insightful anti-Semitic calls. What was our council thinking? I filed a police report with the Bremerton Police Department. I have notified our 2 local Jewish congregations, and the Anti-Defamation League is currently investigating what took place in this room on October the 18th. I would like to know what this council has done to see that this is never allowed to take place again. And I thank the Jewish congregation who came here to speak. And thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Schaefer, and I'm a resident of the Bay Vista community. I'd like to address the plan for site development for the emergency shelter in Bremerton. I believe that the location proposed for the emergency shelter site will ultimately be damaging to the existing community in the Bay Vista area. As you all know, among the homeless community, mental illness, crime rates, both violent and nonviolent, and drug use are all far higher than the typical population. The proposed area is adjacent to a community of younger families with children and is less than a mile away from multiple schools. By proceeding with the proposed location, there's a very high likelihood that you expose all the families and children to these issues. My wife and I moved into our community looking for a safe location to grow and raise our daughter, but now not only do we feel that is no longer the case, but we also feel like our representatives are not acting with the community's best interest in mind. My request to you is that you please find a different location for the emergency shelter. With the housing market the way it is, those who are opposed to this development cannot leave and are trapped in our own homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Joey Hayes. I've been coming to the council meetings and the study sessions since the beginning of July, when we were focusing on the anti-camping legislation. And I was pretty disappointed with the ordinance that came about, which felt like a whole lot of talking that led to nothing. Nothing about not including the behavioral exemption, nothing about what we do moving forward, just tacking on if shelter beds aren't available. So that's basically all that happened. And the reason I focused on how I felt about that is because October 18th is the only meeting I have not come to since July. And I'm a member of Congregation Beth Hatikva, so I want you to think for a moment how that would have felt to me sitting in the audience at these meetings that I've been coming to try to help our community on October 18th. And that is traumatic. So I want you to think about how this actually impacts individuals. But mostly I came here to talk about camping because it's November 1st. And there were already police down on MLK Way and people having to get rid of stuff because all we have is an emergency shelter where they can't safely keep their things and they can't bring most things with them. And that doesn't fix the problem of what's going on MLK Way. The people who live there, many of them need more than the Salvation Army can give them. And they also deserve to live in a setting that isn't just nights and then they have to leave and find somewhere to be all day. And try not to get, kicked out of places in the winter, when it's raining, when it's cold. It's important to have an emergency overnight shelter, someplace if you lose your housing today, you can sleep there that night. But it cannot be a long-term thing. No one should be in that kind of a shelter setting for more than a few days without moving to something that's more transitional, like the pallet shelters, which I think is the way that we can support and protect the most people. Because we need transitional shelters. No one should have to stay in that type of, you heard what was said about living in that type of congregate setting, sleeping, holding onto your backpack. You can't work nights because there's nowhere to sleep during the day, just feeling so unsafe, being kicked out for defending yourself against assault. That's not a way anyone should have to live. That can't be what people are doing for months and months. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn. I'm with the Bremerton Prayer Walk. I'm also with Rock the Block, and we've been working tirelessly. And when I say tirelessly, we had one of our members down on the street starting at 5 o'clock this morning because we were blindsided that enforcement was going to take place so soon. And so when I'm talking about a collaborative effort, when we speak of a collaborative effort with everyone, the mayor, the city council, the police department, which was just doing their job today, with Captain Lance at the Salvation Army, it would have been nice if we could have prepared our people. We were preparing them and we were getting them ready to get to another place, but the Salvation Army just opened. They didn't even have a place to put their stuff right now. And Don Michelle will tell you more about that, but We need a collaborative effort right now. The Salvation Army is the first one to tell you it usually draws people in. These are people who are already there. There is not enough shelter space at all. So why we start with enforcement before we at least get an idea of how big this problem's going to be coming the winter season, because a lot of people who have been on the street have not been on the street during the summer months. They've been in other places. And so when the cold weather hits, we're going to be overrun, and we're already starting with enforcement. I said when we first started talking about this, and it's not about me at all, so I don't want you to think that, but I said, if you're not going to help us, at least don't hinder our efforts. And Mayor, today, you hindered our efforts. This council has hindered our efforts by passing it without any kind of an idea of how it's going to be enforced. There should have been we've got plenty of vacant buildings around here. Offer rebates. We got lots of greedy people here. Offer them rebates. Let us run the places. I mean, we can go ahead and fix it. Don't hinder us. These are people, I can guarantee you, every single person down there, we just lost a girl, Katie. Another individual, James, I am so glad existed in this world. And every single person down there, I can tell you, we've talked about hope. Katie had talked about coming off the streets finally, and it's been a long time coming. Don't push our vulnerable into places we don't even know where they're going right now, and we need to help them. And so I would just implore the city, everyone just halt for a second. We had one company out here, one group that was out here because they were from the Spokane fires and they couldn't find residents, and they had family who couldn't house them. I mean, we need a state of an emergency here. There are people that are on the streets that have done nothing wrong. I mean, even as we talk about tough love, and ma'am, I agree that there should be some tough love, but that all begins with the premise of love. And we're not starting with love here at all. We are not even close to where love is. And so I would encourage everyone right now to just stop. Let's declare a state of emergency. I hear the homeowners every single day. I understand. I get it. They don't want to be where they're not wanted either. Thank you.
No, thank you for your comments.
Kelsey Stedman. Jocelyn's a tough act to follow, and Dawn Michelle is going to wrap us up. So I am a nurse and a Rock the Block volunteer. It's hard to even know how to spend this 3 minutes because there's just so much happening right now with it being November 1st. I feel like we're trying to combat misinformation that's being put out. I feel like we're trying to get meetings with people that no one responds to, and I have to give kudos to Sergeant Garrity of the BPD and the navigators because they did actually invite us to come down and help tag trash that's actually trash. But we were told, okay, on the 1st, we're going to post notices that in 72 hours, we'll be removing anything that's left. Nothing about what was going to happen to people. No one could answer the question, no matter who we asked, what are you doing on November 1st so that we can get the message out to people down there? There's been so much confusion today, partly because the ordinance itself is still confusing. Accessible does not mean available, and I have been asking this since the first draft of this. We need to amend it. Available shelter needs to be immediately available. To get into any shelter besides Salvation Army, you have to go through coordinated entry. Coordinated entry is open Monday through Friday, 8 to 10:30 and 1 to 3, except I love all the things that is coming through KCR. It's not their fault they're understaffed. They're so understaffed, people line up at 5 a.m., 4:30 a.m. to get a spot. And by 8 o'clock when that opens, there's a line of 30 people and 6 to 12 get those spots for the day. So there's not even a way to get services that are there. And then if there is a shelter bed available, you have to be able to be contacted, right? So you come up on the wait list. The wait list is 200 people for coordinated entry shelters. So that's a lot more than 80. And that's not even including all the people on MLK. We have taken names and date of births, and we can guarantee you that there are many people on that street that don't even have an application in with Housing Solutions Center. There is not enough capacity. And the ordinance is really confusing. No one can answer me what the definition of a disability is and how that is different from voluntary action. American Disabilities and Rehabilitation Act defines substance use disorder and alcohol use disorder as a disability. Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act also does. The American Disabilities Act says that substance use is a disability. So if we're going to say that substance use is voluntary, those two parts are in direct conflict, and the only people that are making those determinations are shelter staff workers or BPD. Neither of them are trained, neither of them have the authority to differentiate voluntary action versus a disability, and that is unacceptable. I have a lot more to say, but I'm going to end it there.
No, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. Dawn Michelle Wilson, born and raised in Bremerton. I'm exhausted. I've been on the block all day, and I'm here to tell you it was utter chaos. Unnecessary, utter chaos that could have been avoided if some questions had been answered, if more clear communication had been had. And quite frankly, I work really hard to create a working relationship with law enforcement, to create cohesive relationships with the people on the block and law enforcement. There's a couple cops in here tonight that I consider my friend, and I was on the block arguing with them today. That's unacceptable. And quite frankly, Mayor Wheeler, you should be ashamed of yourself. It was unnecessary. It didn't have to happen this way. People were supposed to be arrested at noon today for being on the block. The shelter opened at 9 a.m. I've been walking that block for weeks alongside of the navigators and Bremerton Police Department, telling people they have this amount of time and that amount of time, and the shelter opens on the 1st, and you guys have till Saturday, but you have to get your stuff gone and all of those things. Do you know how many of those people, do you know how hard I worked to gain those people's trust? Do you know how many of those people told me today, Dawn Michelle, you lied to me? That's heartbreaking to me. I had to get in my vehicle 3 times today and break down in tears and then wipe the tears and get back out and try it again. Because at the end of the day, what I don't want is anybody to be arrested. I don't want our law enforcement to have to deal with any of that either. It's not fair to them that they're pitted as the bad guy. This is not a police problem. This is a community problem. Every person down there is somebody's someone. That's somebody's mother, father, son, daughter, sister. We as a community have to come together. And again, Rock the Block reached out to you, Mayor Wheeler, and asked to meet with you so that we could get some of these clear directions and answers to the upcoming thing. You redirected us to Heart and Real. Who was there with us today, by the way? Breaking down in tears right alongside of us because it was so chaotic. Again, I want to say Rock the Block got number 36 off the street today. And we're going to continue. We're going to continue. And I want to thank the Salvation Army and Captain Lance. Captain Lance was out there with us today. Everybody that could be out there was out there. And I just hope that going forward, we learn to work together instead of pitting each other against each other. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Ryan, and I'm a Bay Vista resident as well. I've come here to share my concerns, like many others have, regarding the proposed Bay Vista encampment and its impact on the future safety of the residents within the Bay Vista community. I have 17 years of experience in the public sector security, and I hold a bachelor's.
He's going to adjust the microphone for you. Sorry.
I apologize. I have 17 years of experience in the public sector security, and I hold a bachelor's degree in security management as well. In the course of my education and career, I've become familiar with a security concept called crime prevention through environmental design, also known as CPTED. While CPTED is commonly used in the government and business settings, it does have relevancy within communities. CPTED has 5 principles: natural access control, natural surveillance, territoriality, activity support, and maintenance. In 1972, a man named Oscar Newman wrote a book called Defensible Space. The significance of that book was so great that the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, through their Office of Policy Development and Research, asked Oscar to prepare a case book to assist the public and private organizations in implementing defensible space theory. While this council and the mayor may not accept the public's input on the design of this encampment, I fully trust and expect that this council and the mayor have a willingness and a public duty to listen to the legitimate concerns of its citizens, to include the ones that have gone before me. Oscar identified that the defensible space programs share the common purpose of restructuring the physical layout of communities to allow residents to control the areas around their home, which is territoriality. The proposed encampment takes away from that control. In doing so, there will be multifaceted consequences for the city of Bremerton. We're looking at the increased financial cost of providing adequate security over the course of this, as well as socio-political costs of the city's security shortcomings. The proposed encampment will increase the number of non-residents transiting through the Bay Vista neighborhood, which is a natural access control, and this will lead to a higher crime rate, which over time will result in the homeowners either selling or renting their properties. Given the current housing and banking markets, I'd imagine the latter is more likely. If the concentration of owners is diluted with renters, social ownership of the Bay Vista space will continue to decline, which will only invite more crime under the maintenance. While this may sound alarmist rhetoric to some, property management is a fundamental concept of CPTED, and this very scenario was realized in Dayton, Ohio in a 5 Oak community. It was a neighborhood where Oscar Newman conducted a case study and CPTED implementation. Additionally, the proposed encampment is directly across the street from a children's park, as many have said. To my understanding, its occupants will be those who are not eligible for other accommodations due to a history of violence or continuing illicit drug use. I've witnessed drug use and their physiological effects on the playground myself with my 2-year-old daughter. Consumption across the street will increase the occurrence in the park and negatively impact the health and safety of the children who may utilize it. A case study covering criminals in Denmark from 1944 to 1947 discovered that recidivism, which is the tendency to reoffend, is impacted by the consistency of the enforcement, not the level of that punishment. To my knowledge, this city has failed to outline a security plan for that Bay Vista, and I believe this is my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Molly Brooks. I'm a member of Beth Tikva as well, and I don't have much to say because I think my rabbi said it all, but and so have quite a few other people, but please take our feelings into consideration. I'm actually up here to talk about voluntary ineligibility. As a mentally ill person myself, I can tell you there have been times in my life where I would not have been able to function at a place like the Salvation Army. As a matter of fact, I volunteered in a shelter and had to stop because due to my autism, I couldn't deal with quite that level of noise. I've lived in group living, but I had my own room. Please consider pallet shelters where people can have their privacy. You'll see a lot less of this behavior, both the drug use and mentally ill behaviors, if people have a place to go for solace. Pendleton Place has barely had to kick people out, and it's a place where everyone's mentally ill, and they have their own rooms. We really need another Pendleton Place. And I also have to tell you, if you make more than around $770, you don't get Medicaid, and you can't get into a group home. You have something called a spend down, and that means you lose services every 6 months until you spend a certain amount of money on health care. I make too much money to get any of the services in this state that are available. I've recovered because of the services I got in Pennsylvania, where I believe the spend down is at $1,400. And the services, but even then, the services that were available to me there, such as a day treatment program where I took classes, which is one of the things that helped me recover, we just don't have those things here. We don't have services to help people enough. We have some, but we don't have enough services to help people get better. And you don't get them if you have Medicaid. So how are people expected to be able to find recovery if services are limited, and if housing is limited, and if they're kicked out of places and forced to live on the street, or arrested because they've engaged in a behavior that got them kicked out, and now there's voluntary ineligibility. They apparently chose to behave that way. So there's nowhere for them, and they can get arrested. And once you have a criminal record, you can't get into some of the housing. It's locked out. So please remember that substance use disorder and mental illness is a disability, not a choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adrian Wright. Live in District 2, and over the last couple months, I've talked to a lot of residents, particularly in my area, regarding Bremerton, its history. It's kind of downhill slope in terms of crime, etc. I really think that City Council should meet with the mayor and all available parties, set aside several hours to talk about a lot of the things discussed today, and also with residents whom I've interviewed talk a lot about not just these immediate problems, but organized crime, teenage gangs, drug pipelines, on top of house and homeless camps. I think and I believe that Bremerton is going in the direction of Seattle, Tacoma, Olympia, which is my hometown, etc. And I really think that this needs to be taken very seriously and immediately. Over the last I was in Viewcrest Apartments on Saturday, and I was witness to a drive-by shooting. I've known that a lot of residents in that area, one of the highest crime areas in town, have talked a lot about massive amount of porch theft, RV trespassing in front of people's property, scattered camps and parks in other parts of the city, creepy late night, drug-induced trespassing and disturbances, and stalking around of moms and kids, and open drug uses in people's houses. And as residences talk about these, particularly on Facebook and other places, there's been a lot of gaslighting to residences, and I just want to address that. Whether it's local groups or what I consider a social and health industrial complex, which do a lot of good works, but some of their efforts are many residences have considered as perpetuating the homeless camps. Along with this, I just want to say that there are a lot of state resources available, as well as different groups that want to be more involved, particularly in whatever camp that you set up at whatever location, including, as from what I heard, State Rep Greg Nance.
And that's 3 minutes, but thank you so much for your comments.
Hi, my name's Adam Durrell. I'm a resident of Bremerton. I'm here to support the 6th Street bike lane. I could give you guys facts for the next 3 hours on this if you wanted me to, and speak till I'm red in the face. I'm a financial analyst in my day job after all. Don't think that'll actually get the ball across the line. I'm going to speak from the heart because my wife and my small children experience the cost of inaction each and every day. I stand before you today and on behalf of my 4-year-old, my 2-year-old, and my unborn twins that will be regularly riding on this road. I bike on 6th regularly, primarily to take my sons around town. If you guys are around town, look for me. I'm the one in the bucket bike. It's very distinct, wave. But let me tell you why I bike. I bike because if you haven't seen the joy in your children's eyes when you tell them you're going to take them on a bike, you're missing something real special. The quality of time we get together, it's so rare, so cherished by them and myself. As a father with soon to have 4 kids and a full-time job, exercise is vanishingly rare. I also cherish that. It also gives me a great opportunity to connect with my community. Let me tell you how many times I've had a conversation with someone while driving in a car, going past them. Let me tell you how many times I've had conversations with folks that I pass on a bike. Too many to count. Let me tell you why I support the bike lane on 6th. First of all, in the current form, I'm at the mercy of distracted drivers or those that don't know how to interact with bikes. Cars, statistically, have gotten much bigger in the last 12 years since CAFE standards were implemented by the federal government. Increasingly, drivers have infotainment systems and cell phones to distract them. Another reason is induced demand. If you don't know what that is, I encourage you to look it up. That's a key reason why this bike lane needs to be implemented as well. But perhaps most emotionally for me is getting buzzed by speeding drivers every time I ride on 6th. It's hard to properly describe the fear of God and the chill that'll go down your spine when a driver swings a 5,000-pound hammer on wheels within arm's reach of your vulnerable children sitting there peacefully on a bike. I have 4 kids that need their dad, not an apology from a motorist and a police at the scene of the crime. I love this city, and it's strongest when we talk and interact with each other instead of flying by on insulated boxes. Thank you for your consideration. I know you'll ultimately decide to prioritize the safety of our most vulnerable people moving around the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name's Phil. Excuse me. Good evening. My name's Phil Babcock. I live in Bremerton, and I'm here to speak in support of a 4-to-3 road diet on 6th Street during Phase 3 of the resurfacing project. Like Adam, I have 2 children and am a bike enthusiast. I lead weekly bike rides around Bremerton that connect our city parks. It's a chance for the kids to play and get some exercise, as Adam mentioned, that is hard to come by. I'm very excited about the West Kitsap Way study that's coming up. It shows that the city is committed to building an infrastructure of non-motorized traffic, and when the West Kitsap Way project is complete, along with the mixed-use paths on Warren Avenue Bridge and Elmira, you could ride your bike from Illahee to almost all the way to Uland Tree Farm, which would be amazing. But there's no plan for 6th Street. So that critical middle bit of infrastructure is missing. We have the opportunity right now to do a 4-to-3 restriping during the Phase 3 resurfacing, making a relatively easy completion of that network. Yeah, that's really all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi there. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm a Bremerton District 3 resident. Even though it's not in my district, I want to express my support for the 6th Avenue bike lanes. There's no reason why that we couldn't do that when there's already 2 other 4-lane wide arterials. I think it's 11th and Burwell. I reached out to the city about this in March of this year and was given a list of reasons on why it couldn't be done, whether it was the Navy pushing back, new signals needed in the street. But given the point that was made earlier by Diane that, this has been on a listed project since 2007, it kind of seems like there's not the political will to get it done. And I also want to acknowledge, there's a lot of guys up here who look like me who want these bike lanes. But I think it would benefit other people who don't look like me. So folks living in different situations could use these bike lanes. Maybe they don't have a car, but they could use these bike lanes to transport safely to services. So it's not just, white guys who benefit from bike lanes, even though it seems like we're the ones who want it. So think about that, and appreciate the time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sanjay Stone. I work in Bremerton. I live up in Silverdale, and I bike commute. Come here for support of pedestrian and bike improvements for 6th Street. As mentioned previously, it's already in the non-motorized downtown plan and the sub-area plan. and the bicycle improvements and pedestrian improvements would have outsized impact for businesses, as well as provide safe access for students and people going to parks and schools. As a bike commuter, it is really scary riding my bike every morning at about 5:30 in the morning. When I get over the Minette Bridge, it's awesome. I really appreciate what's there now, but there's a lot of gaps, and Sixth Street would be filling in one of those major gaps for me. Also, I just really think that it's important to focus on making things able for other people, like the previous speaker just said. I think Adam, but I know a lot of people on the shipyard that I work with would like to bike and take their bikes instead of having to drive at the shipyard, but it's scary. You know, there's a lot of cars. The cars are big. It's dark. You know, a lot of time at night, and it's cold. And not having safe bike facilities, I think, will improve that and give people options. And that's what I ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
To move this up. Hi, I'm Sean McGinty, and I'm a resident of Bremerton, and I'm also here to support the 6th Street bike lane. I'm relatively new here, and when I heard about the plan, I thought it was so awesome, and then I heard that there are perhaps some people not on board, so I just want to give a slight outsider's perspective. I moved up from Oregon to take a job as an English professor at Olympic College last year, after my wife got a job with the state of Washington and fell in love with this area after visiting my parents who'd retired in Port Orchard. We have 2 children, ages 5 and 9, and while we were looking for places to live here, we were looking for a bikeable, walkable area. We looked all around Kitsap County, and Bremerton is one of the only places in Kitsap County, aside from Paulsbo perhaps, that has a really walkable infrastructure and actual neighborhoods where you don't just drive your car and are separated from your neighbors. It's got room to improve, of course, but I think it's one of the best places around in terms of that. And I don't think I'm alone in my desire to have a safe, bikeable, walkable area for my family. When many people think about what they like in a city, if you ask them what their favorite places are, they often talk about places where they can walk around. You can think of like, Pike Place in Seattle, or there are places like that in Portland, Oregon, or downtown Bremerton, or the Charleston neighborhood. Portland, where my wife is from, is nationally known for its walkability and bikeability, and has built a strong tourism industry based on that fact. Last weekend, I had a friend visit me, a college roommate from Sacramento, and I was so happy to show him around this area. And one of the things that impressed him about this city, aside from how beautiful it is, was how easy it was to walk and bike around as compared to, say, Sacramento or Silverdale, which is full of busy roads that are unpleasant or unsafe for him and his wife and his 2-year-old daughter. I think that any forward-looking municipality should be focused on creating safe, walkable, and bikeable streets. But obviously, you don't have to take my word for it. If you just get online, there are all kinds of economic and health benefits. They're pretty obvious, but including increased retail spending that benefits local businesses, increased tourism, increased property values, and the enhancement of overall community health. The United States, frankly, and the area is full of busy, unsafe roads packed with cars, and a city can really set itself apart by creating places that are safe for people, encourage them to be outside. To me, the fact that 6th Street connects 2 very walkable areas, downtown Bremerton and the Charleston area, makes it almost a no-brainer to make it walkable and bikeable between the two. I was out with my children last night walking around the neighborhoods of Bremerton where I live in that area, and I think what people are really looking for is just safe areas for their children and their families to be out on the street and to be able to travel in ways that are not just in cars. So I hope that the mayor and the city council can find a way to make this happen. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello. Hi. My name is Eric Peterson. I live in District 3 in Bremerton, and I'm here this evening to respectfully request that the council and/or mayor do what it can to direct the Public Works Department to follow Bremerton's existing Complete Streets ordinance in their upcoming work on 6th Street, to give it the road diet the road diet that the city has long ago, many years ago, incorporated into its plans. City Council has repeatedly voted in support of a road diet project here, and it's been on the city's Complete Streets map for years now. Public Works has recently completed significant road work on 6 and is planning to do millions of dollars of additional work there next year. But they're planning on doing the road diet work at some indefinite point in the future. We don't know when that is. Our Bremerton's Complete Streets ordinance says that the Complete Streets program shall apply to all phases of city transportation projects, from the very first planning stages through construction. And this includes reconstruction and retrofit projects, such as the upcoming work on 6th Street. I understand that Public Works did apply for a separate grant to pay for the road diet work that they didn't win, but the ordinance doesn't say that we need to build planned complete streets work when it's convenient, or if or when we might win a grant. It says that this work should have been incorporated as an integral part of the project from the beginning. So looking forward, I'm not asking Public Works to do anything that's massively above and beyond their funding. Other cities have shown that they can do road diet projects like this for a reasonable amount of money when done in conjunction with other maintenance like is upcoming. And the city has already paid for and produced the detailed traffic engineering drawings for the road diet project. So everything's all set up. We just need you or the mayor to please direct Public Works to take a step back, refocus, and pair this road diet work with the upcoming maintenance work that's on the way, even if it means delaying the project by a year. The city's grant funding is still available through 2025, it looks like, and that's much preferable to waiting some indefinite amount of time, maybe years, for them to win grant money that maybe we might not ever win that. So
so sorry to have to stop you there. 3 minutes.
People are getting hit on the street all the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Doug Grimes. I'm retired Navy. I grew up in Connecticut, and now I'm a resident of Broadway Avenue in Bremerton. I got a little concerns, but recently, last Friday night, we had a homeless tent just pop up in front of our house after midnight. Kind of got me irate when I got out of bed in the morning and walked out to the street. After I was done ranting and raving, I kind of simmered down and talked with these people, and they were human, you know. They were down on their luck, I guess, and I had an intelligent conversation with them, and they said they didn't exactly like living on homeless, but they were waiting on something better. And then I think yesterday I got a terrific phone call from Mayor Wheeler, and we had a good conversation. He explained everything to me, what's going on. There's no simple solution to the problem, and these people, I'm sure they don't want to be homeless, but some people down the other end, I don't know, it looks a lot different. These people said they came down to our end to avoid the drug dealing and other maybe crimes, but I've talked to police and I think an outreach lady yesterday, and they've been very professional, and you know, they're doing the best they can. I don't think anybody likes to see homeless people, and I've grown up in the Navy. Everywhere I went at the time, I didn't see any homeless tents at all. So during the last 10 years, it seems to be getting worse everywhere, I guess. And if everybody on our street would come out and act like shipmates and help a little while people down on their luck instead of hiding in their rental properties, maybe some of this wouldn't wouldn't continue. But I went out there, and at least my wife today, before they got I think the Salvation Army got them somewhere to stay there, and we gave them food and other things, and it just makes it a little better when you try to deal with people like a human being. I feel better. I don't like seeing them having to leave. I hope it's more than temporary, but at least it makes me feel better seeing them get under cover somewhere, especially when I think it's going to have heavy rain tonight. So I thank the mayor. Everybody may give him a hard time. I think he's got a tough job to do in the council, too. I think he's terrific. And I want to thank him very much again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Council. I'm Paul Dutke, Chair of the West Sound Cycling Club's Bike Advocacy Committee. The Bremerton City Council approved a road diet on 6th Street when the city adopted Bremerton's 2007 non-motorized plan. Quote, it would provide a convenient east-west through route for bicyclists traveling between West Bremerton downtown and the Manette Bridge. I gave a presentation to the Public Works Committee in February of 2016 advocating a revision of bike lanes on Kitsap Way and a road diet on 6th Street with bike lanes. The road diet was opposed by engineer Nucky, who wanted a road diet on 11th Street instead to improve sidewalk safety. He proposed moving the bike route to 13th Street. A more hazardous and difficult route is hard to imagine. During the February and July 2020 Public Works Committee meetings, Council asked staff if a road diet could be placed on 6th Street during the last phase of the current resurfacing project, and they were told, quote, yes, that would make the most sense. It's really the best time to do it is in phase 3. End quote. Staff reassured Council that if it were decided to build a 6th Street road diet, it would not be hard to do. Quote, it is pretty easy forward compatibility project for us to implement. Committee Chair Gorman asked, what is the decision-making process? Can we just decide right here? He held up the Bremerton Comprehensive Plan and said, it shows the east-west corridor being on 6th. Director Nucky replied, quote, you know, really, it will be formally adopted, really well vetted, explained. There is going to be a series of public meetings associated with a comp plan turn-in, and you're looking at the figure, I'm not. I thought it's a little up in the air as to whether it's 6th or 11th were going to be the primary corridor. And I'm not sure it said anything about a road diet, end quote. Building a road diet is reasonably simple to implement during resurfacing, but not without an engineering study. In July 2020, the Bike Club wrote the administration pleading to obtain one at the earliest possible time. From that letter, quote, a 43-lane conversion of 6th Street will require careful design by an experienced firm well in advance of Phase 3 resurfacing to have any hope of reaching consensus on a design before Phase 3 resurfacing begins. Now, 3 years later, the issues that needed to be addressed by an engineering study still have not been evaluated, like possible side road closures, refuge islands, and right turn pockets. A 6th Street road diet has not been well vetted or explained to the public, and there has not been a series of public meetings as promised to you, the Council. The Council, WashDOT, and every Bremerton study support a road diet with bike lanes on 6th Street. There is a moral imperative to build this road diet for the benefit and safety of Bremerton residents. Phase 3 resurfacing should not be allowed to proceed unless accompanied by a 6th Street road diet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Rima Schultz. I am a resident of Bremerton. I own a business here. My home is at 11th and, 6th and Naval, and my business is at 6th and Callow. So 6th is a very important road for me and my family. When I first moved to Bremerton 5 years ago, I tried to ride my bike in town, and a truck, even though I was in my lane, and I biked in Seattle for a long time, and then I came to Bremerton, and it just did not feel as safe here, which is a disservice to every resident. And even people in Silverdale that are riding their bikes to town. We appreciate you. A truck was very aggressive, and I have not ridden my bike for commuting purposes since because it is not safe. And it is the responsibility of the city, it is the responsibility of the city council, of the mayor, and of Director Nucky to make sure that every citizen is safe in whichever way we choose to travel. And we already know since 2007. You already know. You've read the same things I've read. It's not a question. The only question now is, will we be actionable in keeping Bremerton residents safe?
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, this is Beth Anderson, and I'm here to support the 6th Street Road Diet. My son and his wife live on 6th. They own a home there. When he was looking for a home, this house was one of the few that he could afford. The realtor tried to talk him out of it because it was on 6th Street. But there's actually a fair amount of people who live on 6th Street, and certainly a lot of people who live adjacent to that. So it's not just people passing through like me, and who, true confession here, I am a cyclist. So I have my own reason for hoping for improvements on 6th Street, but also for the people like my son who live there, who walk their dogs there, that may end up, deciding to stay there and have children, who walk to work. So it's not just cyclists. The road diet will make it safer for pedestrians as well, and the people who live there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Jane Rebolowski, longtime Bremerton resident. I here am to hopefully convince council not to allow Public Works to do a full maintenance project on 6th Street without bike lanes. We are going to invest an awful lot of money into 6th Street. Each intersection, before they can repave, has to have new upgraded ADA ramps based on old costs. That's about $175,000 an intersection. Public Works Director Nucky, at the last budget workshop we had, said, well, we might need to put in right turn lanes. We don't know. We're not sure. We haven't studied it. The only logical place that could possibly need a right turn lane is at Naval. We're doing a project on Naval in several years. So what they're proposing is we're going to build all these ADA ramps, and then we're going to rip them out so that we can put in turn lanes, possibly. And then when you start putting in turn lanes, then you have to start moving signal heads around because you don't have enough signal heads. Just put the paint on the ground, give us 6-foot wide bike lanes. It makes it safer for pedestrians, safer for cars. And if they don't want to do it, don't give them the city match for the repaving project. Make them wait until they have a plan that they are comfortable with before implementing any repaving on 6th Ave. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Justin from Manette, born and raised here. First, I'd like to support the bike lanes on 6th. I feel that it would be a great part of our city. I used to be a biker when I was younger. I have been looking to get back into it since we have been developing the bike lanes throughout the city. I'm very excited for them. An idea for the bike lanes as well is we can put together a program for Bremerton residents to get biking equipment and bikes themselves, and maybe we can put that as a program part of the 6th Street. I feel that would be a great use of some funds that we could put and set aside for our residents. For Mayor Wheeler, I would like to ask about Perry Avenue's the lighting, the green lanterns that are supposed to be coming in at the end of October. It's the end of October, it's November. Just wondering about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And for specific questions, I think if you're able to send an email to the council or mayor, we can make sure you get an up-to-date on projects like that. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
My name is Brandon Johnson. I live in Bremerton. And one of the things that has been mentioned sporadically about the homeless folks is that there's no place for them to use toilets. And I know that that was brought up at some point in the last year and shot down by the mayor because of drug use in them, something of that nature. But, you know, I was in a bathroom in a Safeway up in Port Townsend, and they had Sharps containers in there. And it's simple, and it's a no-brainer, and it's a matter of allowing people, A, to be safe and hygienic. It also gives them, it's incredibly degrading to have to hide someplace to go to the bathroom. And then the people, you know, following after you, that's not pleasant. So that's a big thing. And then also, once again, collaboration is really, really important. And I've spoken with the mayor a few times about different issues, and I felt like he was really responsive. And now I'm getting an entirely different feeling, like he's just been kind of passing me off and doing the simple thing. And I'm not happy with that. I would like to see the mayor and the mayor's staff and the city council working together with the other community services to make something happen. It doesn't have to be long range, but it has to start. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Joe Walter, Navy Yard City. This has been an emotionally exhausting meeting for all of us. I've come to make an announcement, and I feel funny to do it now after all of this, and to like have saved it till last. But I should tell you, with the way everyone was lined up today, I'm waiting on a knee replacement surgery, so I couldn't stand in line, and I waited until the line was short. So I've come tonight to announce that in collaboration with Gather Together, Grow Together, and Rock the Block, a conversation with the mayor will happen on November 14th here in the City Council chambers. The title of this conversation is Addressing Homelessness in Our City, a community conversation with Mayor Wheeler. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for agreeing to field questions from the community. The City Council has been hearing from the community for months, listening to everyone's concerns, from unhoused people and their advocates, and from folks who have been negatively impacted by the presence of people living in tents in their neighborhoods. The council has had opportunities to respond to the concerns that were brought by all of these citizens, and the mayor has been addressed at the various council meetings, but without an opportunity to respond. The press release will be sent tomorrow. The event will happen on the day before the next council meeting, so tonight is our only chance to make this announcement for the benefit of everyone tuned into the City Council meeting. So you're hearing it here first before the newspaper. This will be an opportunity to engage with Mayor Wheeler. He will be available from 5 until 6 on that evening. We'll have beverages and light snacks available, and I recommend that the public gather a little earlier, maybe for fellowship and to eat some snacks together, no later than 4:45, so that we can get started immediately when the mayor arrives at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm Travis Merrigan from Bremerton. Emotional night. My heart goes out to my homeless neighbors and my Jewish neighbors. My heart's with you guys. I want to make sure the council understands what we heard last Thursday when Director Nucky was talking about his plans for 6th Street. For 17 years, the plan on 6th Street has been a road diet. That's a very specific thing. You go from 4 lanes to 3 lanes, you put in bike lanes. It's safer for pedestrians, it's safer for bikes, and it's safer for the cars that are not slowed down by that action. Instead, what we heard was about a $4.1 million grant that the city applied for. Luckily, we didn't receive that grant, because what that grant meant to do is something radically different than a road diet. Okay, we heard two words from Director Nucky. One was right of way, and the other was turn pocket. Okay, what does right of way mean? Right of way is the land that the city owns. What they intend to do is spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy more land to expand the street at certain intersections, right? So instead of a 4-lane road or a 5-lane road, it becomes a 6. The problem with that is it's very dangerous because now you have a much longer crossing distance. It's very expensive, spending money that the city just does not have. We don't need to spend $4.1 million on that. And the third thing that's unfortunate, it was done in secret. Simply no one knew about this $4.1 million grant until we dug it up. Mr. Nucky never explained it. He was just going to get the grant and start building, right? In opposition to the 17-year history of this body saying repeatedly what the city wants is a road diet, which is inexpensive, which can be done very quickly. Okay? So when you're hearing the Public Works Department say they can't get drawings together, what they're saying is they won't get drawings together. They refuse to do it because they have a very different vision for what 6th Street should be. It should be wider. It should have faster cars. It should have more opportunities for cars to turn. And people on that street, including the students that go to the 5 schools that are on the street, the park on the street, all of the businesses, they should just scurry off to very narrow sidewalks and best of luck. It's a very different vision from what we're pushing. It's a very different vision from the 10 votes that the city council has taken in favor of the road diet. I encourage you to do whatever is in your power, and there's a significant amount of power in this body, the power of the purse, to prevent Mr. Nucky's version from taking place on 6th Street and to build the road diet inexpensively and quickly next year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jim Klein. I'm the Vice President of the Charleston Business District. While I have a residence in Paulsbo, you probably know my heart's right here in Bremerton. And in the almost 2 years now that I've been coming to council meetings and planning meetings, I can't say enough about what I've seen from the council, the courage that you have to make tough decisions. And from my viewpoint, I don't think I've ever seen you do anything other than listen to the concern of various viewpoints, differing viewpoints of the citizenry. And you've witnessed very difficult things. You've met that challenge. And I'd say the same thing about Mayor Wheeler. I can't go any place without seeing him, whether it's a Rotary luncheon or whether it's riding the Carlisle Ferry. I thought he was going to go ahead and be the captain of the boat, but he didn't do that day. And I've worked with Thomas, the Director of Public Works. We don't always agree on everything, but I found him to be a great partner. And out of that, it's just like all of these other tough issues. And then when it comes to this idea about the bike lane, one of the things on 6th Street, one of the things I've really been enjoying is learning about what it takes to build a great community. And we already know that we have that love here. It's not always together, but it seems to work itself out. And this thing about 6th Street, if you look at strong towns, if you look at Main Street America, if you attend the convention that Council President, attended down in Vancouver about Revitalize Washington, one of the things it talks about is how important it is to have a community that is connected, that is easy to have that mobility, and the dependence on automobiles today certainly is moving in a different direction. So take all of that information. I know that you're going to take the position of connecting downtown Bremerton with Charleston Business District. People want that. You've had the courage to change your mind about what the bridge, the Warren Avenue Bridge would look like, and you've shown time and time again that you're willing to listen to different opinions. Take this issue and be leaders that you've already demonstrated that you are, and put that, change the name from Road Diet to Safe Streets Bremerton, or whatever you want to call it, but make it happen. I know that we can trust you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Anthony Agello from Port Orchard. I actually was waiting to talk later in public comment, but I just wanted to say something about free speech. You talked how you were going to do something about, or tried to do something about what happened last week. Now, I am a Christian, first and foremost, so as a scripture-following Christian, I believe the Israelis are God's chosen people. So with that said, we have to be careful with what we want to do to prevent certain free speech. I think it's a dangerous path we walk on. I'm not condoning one way or the other what was said last week. Again, no one can say I'm anti-Semitic. I believe the Israelis are God's chosen people. But let's be very careful of what we want to, how we want to move forward regarding free speech. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sharon Budd, and I'm not a young white male. I am an 83-year-old cyclist. Sorry, I'm an 83-year-old cyclist. I'm not a white male. And I enjoy cycling, and I am all for safer streets in Bremerton. I'm a Kitsap resident. I don't live in the city itself, but love to bike. And please consider more safe roads in Bremerton. This is a beautiful city, and we want to encourage people to come here and have safe streets, and so we need that 6th Street diet. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. All right. We had a conversation a while back about how many times we go more than half an hour on public recognition. So I'm going to point to this, but I'm really happy that everybody's come out to speak at public recognition tonight. Let me just make sure there's no one in the room who wanted to speak who hasn't already spoken. And seeing none, all right. I will go ahead and close public recognition, and thank you to everybody who came out to speak tonight on that. Next, we'll move to, told you. Next, we'll move to public hearings. So we have item 6A, which is a public hearing on revenue sources for the proposed FY 2024 City of Bremerton budget. Oh, sorry, I stole your thunder, Clerk Hoover.
That's okay. Our presenter tonight is Budget Analyst Karen Weichel.
Good. Okay. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and the public. I am Karen Weichel, Budget Analyst for the city. So tonight's presentation, there we go. Tonight's presentation will include 2 separate public hearings, one for the 2024 revenue sources, and one, the first of 2 public hearings on the 2024 proposed citywide budget. We present these together as they go hand in hand. We will also be presenting the property tax levies for the general property, EMS, and voter-approved public safety bonds. These are required to be submitted to Kitsap County by November 30th. The presentation will also include an overview of general rates and fees and utility rates. The proposed 2024 budget was filed with the city clerk and was available for viewing beginning October 18th. We have conducted 2 budget workshops that were open to the public to view. The first was October 23rd and included a budget overview and governmental funds. The second was October 26th and included public works and utility funds. The last one will be held tomorrow, Thursday, November 2nd, and will include council questions, deliberations, and adjustments. The 2024 proposed budget is posted on the city's website, along with the presentations from the first 2 budget workshops. The third will be posted shortly following the workshop. The website location is listed here. The final budget hearing is scheduled for Wednesday, November 15th, Following that hearing, the council will consider adoption of the 2024 proposed budget. Governmental funds. Fund types include general fund, which is the city's primary operating fund, used to account for all revenues and expenditures not accounted for in other funds. This fund includes police and fire protection, community development, parks, municipal court, city council, mayor's office, finance and legal. Special revenue funds are used to account for proceeds of specific revenue sources that are restricted for specific purposes other than debt service or capital projects. This fund includes street, contingency, lodging tax, parking, community development mock grant, police special projects, public television, conference center, and 1% for the arts. The third category is debt service funds, which is used to account for the government funds. These are debt services for our governmental funds. They include the 2010 UTGO, Governmental Center LTGO, 2015 Public Safety Bond, and 2019 Refunding LTGO. The last category of governmental funds is the capital improvement funds. They are used to account for major construction or major acquisition of facilities or other capital assets. This fund category includes general governmental capital improvement, park facilities construction, transportation capital projects, fire, public safety, and affordable housing. The residential street and sidewalk fund was eliminated in 2021. There we go. Proprietary funds are generally self-supported activities. Enterprise funds are made up of our water utility operations, water capital, wastewater utility operations, wastewater capital, stormwater utility operations, stormwater capital, Gold Mountain Golf Complex, and utility debt reserve. Other proprietary funds are internal service funds, which serve internal functions for the city and include our fleet maintenance and fleet reserves, information technology, risk management, employment security, and accumulated leave liability. The proposed budget authorizes 402.23 full-time equivalent or FTE employees and includes total personnel costs of just over $59 million. Summary of proposed staffing changes are listed here and equal a 0.09 FTE add for the previously council-approved part-time bailiff position for the municipal court. Summary of the citywide budget, which includes a revenue budget of $153 million, an expenditures budget of $176 million, and an ending fund balance of $51 million. General fund includes a beginning fund balance of $16.8 million, revenues of $53 million, and expenditures of $60 million, with projecting an ending fund balance of $10 million, which is approximately 17% of total expenditures for the general fund. This is equivalent to about 60 days reserve, which is the national best practice. Per city policy, the minimum fund balance is 8.5%. Looking year after year, the citywide expenditures, including fund balances, the city has an overall decrease of 10% compared to last year's budget. There is an increase in personnel. This change includes cost of living increases. There is also an increase in estimated medical and dental benefits. The change in debt service is related to paying down existing debt, and normal fluctuations year to year with capital and transfers are to be expected. Citywide expenditures comparison year after year and budget comparison to 2022 actuals. As compared to last year, citywide budget has a decrease to expenditures of 9%. General fund expenditure budget comparison to last year. This shows the total difference in percentage change by expense category. The city's general fund has an overall increase of less than 1% compared to last year's budget. All right, this pie chart here shows the percentages of citywide revenue sources. Charges for services remaining the largest revenue category at 40%. Taxes are the second largest revenue category at 29%. transfers and other at 20, intergovernmental at 9, licenses, permits, and fines and forfeits at 1% each. This bar graph here shows citywide revenue comparison year after year and budget comparison to 2022 actuals. Citywide revenue budget has a decrease of 8% compared to last year's budget. The city's estimated revenues continue to exceed projections for most categories. General fund revenue comparison by revenue category, looking at the 2023 budget to the proposed 2024 budget. The general fund proposed revenue budget for 2024 is just under $53 million, with taxes being the largest revenue source category. The general fund overall revenues has a modest increase of $721,000, or just over 1% compared to 2023's amended budget. This graph here shows the 2024 proposed budget for general fund revenue sources by type of tax. Taxes represent 70% of the general fund revenues, which includes a minimal increase of just under 2% compared to last year's. Sales tax is the largest percent of the total tax revenue at 33%. Property tax is the second largest category at 31%, and utility tax is 27%. Business and occupation tax make up 9%. The business and occupation tax does assume the proposed exemption increase to $1,040,000. This year's implicit price deflator is at 3.67%, which allows the full 1% increase to the city's levy limit, limited by statute to 1% increase or inflation, plus new construction and annexations. EMS levy is also limited by statute to 37 cents per 1,000. Voter-approved special bond levies, like the 2 public safety bonds that are currently outstanding. Council must formally establish the annual property tax levy amount as stated earlier by ordinance and communicate such levy to the county assessor no later than November 30th of the year prior to collection. There is a 3% increase on the current estimated assessed value. The table to the right demonstrates the estimated levy limit. You can see 2023's general property tax levy of $8.7 million, the 1% of just over $87,000, new construction of $108,000, which is a decline from last year's, and any cancellations that are outstanding at $74,000, bringing the total 2024 estimated levy limit to just under $9 million. The EMS levy of 37 cents per thousand is just under $2.3 million. The estimated total levy limit is just under $11.3 million. The voter-approved public safety bonds total $1,450,000. There's $900,000 for 2010 UTGO refunding bonds and $550,000 for 2015 fire public safety bonds. General rates and fees, these are amended on an annual basis and are adopted by ordinance. Utility rates for 2024 include a total increase to customers of $5.36 as compared to 2023. In this proposed budget, we are proposing a 3.5% increase in water and wastewater. There is an 8.5% increase in stormwater utility rates. And these rates support expenditures for operations and maintenance, capital programs, and debt service. This table here is from our dashboard. The overall net change on our utility bill reflects just over a 4% increase in 2024. For enterprise funds, the estimated average monthly total is $127.74. For low-income senior and disabled citizens who may receive the 40.85% discount, the average monthly total is $76.60. Again, these assume the 3.5% increases for water and wastewater and 8.5% increase for stormwater. This table here is showing our utility rate comparison to neighboring jurisdictions. As the graph shows, our rate remains below the 2023 compared jurisdictions as well as one 2024 rate jurisdiction. All right. Fiscal year 2024 proposed budget for general fund includes no new funding requests. The general fund has an estimated ending fund balance of $10.2 million or 17% of total expenditures. There is a new program funding request for the Affordable Housing Capital Fund in the amount of $1.1 million for the shelter to help unhoused and vulnerable populations. Citywide, there are no new FTEs requested, but there is one previously council-approved .09 FTE for the part-time bailiff position. The proposed budget has increases in utility rates as stated earlier in this presentation. The proposed utility program expenditure budget is approximately $28 million. Totals by fund are also listed on this slide. The Capital Improvement Program for Governmental Funds has a proposed expenditure budget of approximately $16 million. $11 million of that is for transportation. Next steps, open public hearing tonight for revenue sources in one of the two public hearings for the 2024 citywide budget. Council will consider adoption of the fiscal year 2024 budget following a final public hearing on Wednesday, November 15th. Now I will turn it back over to Council President.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all your hard work on this very large budget. So the purpose of a public hearing is to accept public comment. Again, there will be no action taken on this item tonight, but I will go ahead and gavel open the public hearing and ask if any member of the public wants to comment specifically first on the public hearing on the revenues, on the proposed revenue sources for 2024. And we'll take comment either from the room or online. If it's specific to that, we'll start online with Mr. Runyon. Please go ahead.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Anybody, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Runyon.
Yeah, okay. So public service announcement, you have a couple audio problems. The podium mic cuts out intermittently, number one. Number two, we're having obvious audio problems between Zoom callers and the council chambers. First of all, I want to object to the council president's action and the council's action to deny Zoom callers their constitutional right. First Amendment and 14th Amendment, you're violating Equal Protection Clause, and the disabled folks who cannot come in, they cannot communicate with you. So you need to reverse that decision. Okay, on the topic, I object to the revenue sources identified. Number one, the ending fund balance in the general fund is twice the minimum recommended. Every dollar over the minimum is a dollar you take from a citizen, a taxpayer, a business, a disabled person, a utility ratepayer. That's not your money. So every dollar, every percentage point over that minimum is not appropriate. You know, if you folks can't manage the government efficiently and effectively, that's a major problem. So number one. Number two, stormwater rate increase 8.5%. That's out of line. That's ridiculous. So I object to the revenue sources identified and how you want to structure the revenue for the budget for this year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody else wish to make a comment on the revenue sources? Whoever wins the race first. Perfect. Please go ahead.
Jane Rebelowski. Am I allowed to make suggestions or just comment on what's proposed?
You can make suggestions as long as it's germane to the revenue sources.
Okay. Well, Parks is struggling. We have people who come from all over to use our parks. So I suggest that every vehicle that's registered in the city of Bremerton, we already pay a $20 transportation benefit fee. So those people, for each vehicle they register, should get a Bremerton parking permit for parks, and everybody else should pay. I mean, Gold Mountain doesn't give a discount for out-of-town, for in-town residents, and we have people coming from everywhere to use Evergreen Park, to use Pendergast especially. So why not charge them to help pay for our parks? And the second thing is about the utilities. The utility tax, is that included in the 8.5%? Or is it taxed on top of it? I'm not really clear, because the utility tax is about $50 worth of my bill when I figured it out percentage by percentage. So I'm curious on that. Thank you.
See if we can get an answer on that one to Finance Director Riley there.
Yes, real quick, it's included. That's included. That is the rate on the whole, the utility. There's not additional tax.
So you're raising it 8.5% and then taxing me
So you don't get taxed individually. The utility tax is on the utility as a whole, so on gross receipts received from the proceeds of the utility.
Cool, thank you, Director. Yes, please go ahead.
This evening, we were hearing a lot about putting more money into bicycle paths and bicycle accessibility. And I'm wondering, is there a possibility that we could license bicycles to get a little more revenue, because they're not using gasoline? A lot of them aren't using any energy force except body force. And so they're running around on our streets, and we have to take care of them. And I'm wondering if maybe licensing bicyclists might be a way of getting a little more revenue. We're trying to cater to them. We want them to come here and be safe. And we're spending a lot of money, and they're not paying anything into it. So I'm just pointing that out to you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, any other comments for this public hearing on revenue sources? Making sure no more online. All right, with that said, we'll go ahead and close that public hearing, and I'll let Ms. Hoover take it for the next one.
Item 6B, public hearing, first of two on the proposed fiscal year 2024 City of Bremerton budget. Oh, that was part of it. Oh, that was included with.
Thank you, I already read that one. All right, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. So this can be comments on anything regarding the proposed 2024 budget. So same thing online if you want to come to the podium, or raise your hand on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Runyon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, again, audio is a problem. Hopefully we get that fixed.
IT's working on it, yeah.
Budget item. So I object to the budget as drafted. A couple of things I object to specifically. The 1.1 million you want to use on affordable housing programs. And I haven't reviewed it. I don't know if part of that's pass-through money from the federal government, not sure. But I'm sure there's general fund money. I think there's a council policy to spend 1% of general fund on homelessness. We're not a homelessness agency, folks. There are organizations, we have the county, we have nonprofits who are going to be much, much better than the city of Bremerton ever will be at providing homeless services and homeless housing. I don't think that's appropriate. This is called mission creep. For anybody who's been in the military, you know, the politicians want to go beyond what the scope of the mission is. So you become overextended, it becomes unsustainable, and it's just not the thing to do. So please take that 1.1 million out. If it's not pass-through money, if it is, not a problem, but watch the matching. But working with other agencies and nonprofits in this county will help solve the issue. It's not a simple issue. So that's my main comment. I do object to the rate increases. I object to the GFC increases, which is going to hamper development. You know, we heard a lot about homelessness, and you're going to hear more about the later on the other agenda item to extend sewer service. But you know, if you're raising the cost of development, that makes housing less affordable. I find it interesting. You want to put $1.1 million to deal with affordable housing, and yet you do things that cause housing to be more unaffordable. Does that make sense? And another note, the Planning Commission, in the minutes of the Planning Commission or the packet for the next Planning Commission meeting, city staff has identified one of the primary causes of unaffordability of housing to be government regulations. Government regulations has helped drive up the cost of housing and made it less affordable.
Mr. Runyon, this stays germane to the proposed budget.
Right. It is relevant. It's all relevant. You have to think holistically. You know, the predilection is to censor folks who say things you don't want to hear. That's too bad. You're going to hear them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I believe there's one other hand online. Working on it. There we go.
Oh,
Yes,
he
Ms.
smiled.
Stedman, please go ahead.
Ah, I guess they disappeared.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Are you shaking your head that you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Again, apologies for
Great,
the audio issues.
thank you. Sorry, I'm coming in on Zoom because us Rock the Block folks are down on the block right now. So I am Kelsey Stedman, working down Bremerton, born and raised down there. I just wanted to highlight a few things about the 2024 budget. I feel like I heard from City Council talking about a 1% going towards homelessness services. I do acknowledge that the budget includes the funding for the security guard for Stand By Me. I just want to be really clear that Stand By Me does not do outreach outside Salvation Army. They can only provide services in Salvation Army, on Salvation Army property. They can't go into encampments. They can't go to houses. They can't go anywhere other than Salvation Army. That does not meet all the needs. They're also just Monday through Friday, and often their one staff member gets pulled to other locations. And then they have an SUD person 1 day a week and a mental health person 1 day a week that also gets pulled to other sites if needed. The behavioral health navigation program, awesome program. We've been working with Rochelle and Honolulu this week. But again, they do not carry a caseload. They cannot be that person for an individual to help navigate services. It's more referral based. The REAL team is awesome as well, but they can only show up if they're called about a specific individual. The confidentiality rules associated with SUD and mental health are so high that it's really hard for them to coordinate care without releases of information signed. And there's a ton of money for the shelter, which we've heard a lot about already, but is not going to be ready anytime soon. So the budget, again, does not address the immediate needs, which is that people need consistent, dependable connection. There needs to be a hub and spoke model. There is no hub besides us volunteers right now. And we're the ones that link people to the REAL team. We're the ones that advocated for Heart to come in. We're the ones that have built relationships over months and years. So when someone's ready, we can call the REAL team. And if they don't have transportation, we give it.
And again, I
So
got to be fair
I
here
just-
too on asking you to state your main to what's specifically proposed in the budget.
So those were all things that are proposed in the budget. So I just want to say I would love to see some type of funding for actual outreach, case management, field-based services, and a goal for 2023, which was not reached, which is a human services coordinator within the city. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your comments. And we'll go to Christy Lyson next. Ms. Lyson.
Good evening.
There we go. We can hear you now.
I want to know can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
I wanted to echo what Kelsey Stedman was saying about the need to fund a case management level, coordination level, human services, homelessness branch of the city to make the work more effective, and also to fund the people who have been doing the services that the city should be providing for free for all summer long and into and ongoing through today and going forward. We were told that we were going at it backwards by asking for funding to support our work that is effective, and told that, well, the mayor has to put out an RFP for that. Well, he's not ever going to do that. So what you're saying is that you will never fund it because that's not the mayor's objective. You all need to take care of, all the city's residents, which include the homeless. And it also, you see how it's impacted business owners and the housed residents of the city. And it's, what you've been doing this whole time is not working, and relying on the over-reliance on the county, who's already doing their part. They already have a homelessness division in the county. We have nothing in the city. So it's actually time the city of Bremerton does its part to prioritize that in the budget. And the affordable housing, none of that comes to fruition that is actually affordable to those. There's such a huge gap between what's actually someone entering a house situation from homelessness to what you guys are calling affordable housing. You know, $1,800 a month is not affordable for most people who aren't in professional positions in the city of Bremerton. And that is the going rate for a rent. So putting all that money in that bucket and then it's not really used, it never comes to fruition and helps the people that are actually at the bottom who need to be housed. We need something in between because there's a huge hole. Thank you for listening. Also, just one more comment, please.
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry. I know I'm not supposed to be germane to the topic, but it is inequitable to people with disabilities to only allow us to comment on things on the agenda.
So,
if we're not by Zoom, it's very inequitable. And you know, you still haven't hired a DEI consultant.
I can address that, but yeah, we'll have to.
They would tell you that.
Point of order, and I'm sorry, Christy, to point of order you.
Yep.
Can we please stick to the budget commenters?
Yep, I'm on it, Vice President. Thank you. No, thank you for your comments.
Well, if we couldn't, it wasn't on the topic. It wasn't on the agenda for.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So I will respond quickly to that, even though it is on topic. If I didn't say it earlier, I apologize. If anybody needs accommodations to be able to address the council, that is always at the bottom of our agenda with a phone number and a point of contact. So if anybody needs accommodations to be able to speak to us, please don't hesitate to reach out. This decision does not preclude that.
Council President, point of information.
Sure.
I just want to make sure, and I don't want to be inequitable in who I'm calling out, but I just want to make sure that we are calling out folks who are not sticking germane to the budget. We've had 2 folks now who have not been cut off for that, and I just needed to make sure that I'm correct in that assumption that we're.
Yeah, point of order on me. No, I agree.
Thank you.
Twice mentioned to them, and the audio is not going through. Twice I spoke up on asking them to bring it back to regarding the budget.
Thank you, Council President.
Point well taken. All right, anyone else for speaking on this agenda item for the proposed budget? Yes, please go ahead.
Something else that came to my mind in this discussion is I reviewed that there are several pages of fees for services like parks, using the parks, and golf course and various things like that. Where is that in that budget? I don't know how much you're collecting for fees on things. You have to have a dog license, and you have to have this license, and you have to have that permit. And I was just wondering, where is that in the budget, and how much is it?
Sure, I believe we can answer that it's technically a separate document from the budget, but Director Riley.
So correct. It's a separate document from the budget. It's located on the website. Tonight, you heard it was passed through consent agenda. That rolls up within the budget. It's not granular. You won't see those fees called out line by line. They roll up by department. So in fire services, it's in other revenue. But those fees are called out by ordinance, and the rate and fee schedules are online on the city website. If you go online, you can see exactly what you're asking about by dollar amount.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Director. All right, anyone else for public comment on this public hearing? All right, seeing no more online, we'll close public hearing 6B. And I think I'm going to get in trouble if we don't call a quick break here. I know it's getting late in the evening, not to extend it any longer, but we could probably use a 10-minute break. So let's reconvene the meeting at 8:12, and then we just have item 6C. I'm sorry, no, we have item, yeah, let's do a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene. All right, thank you.
Recording.
Back to order. And Ms. Hoover, if you want to announce the next item.
So item 6C, public hearing on resolution number 3368 to approve community development block grant home funding recommendations for inclusion in the 2024 CDBG Home Action Plan. Our presenter tonight is CDBG Administrator Sarah Lynham.
Perfect, who I know is joining remotely. Welcome, Ms. Lyman.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Council President, City Council members, and Mayor Wheeler for allowing me the opportunity to present this evening. What I'm bringing forward is the 2024 CDBG Project Review Committee's funding recommendations for insertion into the 2024 CDBG and Home Annual Action Plan. And hopefully you guys are able to see my presentation.
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, just some quick background information about CDBG. We receive funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development as an entitlement community. CDBG funds can be used to address a wide range of community needs, including acquisition and rehabilitation of housing, public facilities and infrastructure improvements, economic development activities, and services for low-income and special needs populations. Back in July, the Council passed the annual policy plan, which outlined our funding priorities for the program year and included other important application information for agencies wishing to apply for CDBG funds. The application review cycle ended August 31st, and those recommendations are what we will go through this evening. The CDBG program has a number of federal regulatory requirements. All activities must be eligible, must meet a national objective, and must also meet one of our 5-year consolidated plan priorities. There's a 20% set aside for administrative costs and a maximum possible 15% allowed for a public service activity. Capital projects have several other requirements which applicants are made aware of when they apply, including environmental reviews, payment of federal prevailing wage, procurement standards, and others. CDBG applications are reviewed and scored by the Project Review Committee, which is made up of city staff, representatives from the Planning Commission and City Council, and community members. These are always very challenging deliberations, and I'm very thankful for our committee members this year. We had several new folks join us, and I know they all put a lot of time and energy and thought into these reviews and the deliberations that we had. As part of the coordinated grant process with Kitsap County, staff held pre-application appointments with organizations wishing to submit a project application, and projects were assessed for project eligibility and feasibility. A coordinated online application was opened June 29th through July 27th. During the month of August, our Project Review Committee was able to review and score each application, and the committee met on August 28th to discuss their initial thoughts, rank the projects by score. Applicant interviews and final committee deliberation took place on August 31st. And I think I actually skipped ahead one. There we go. So just an outline of our timeline. There we go. The committee's funding recommendations in the packet as Exhibit A were released for a 30-day comment period beginning September 12th, closing October 13th. A legal ad was placed in the Kitsap Sun, and the recommendations and call for comments were also posted to the city's website and sent out as an e-news flash to our subscriber list. We did not receive any written comments during that period, and a legal ad for tonight's public hearing also went out in the Kitsap Sun. This is taken directly from our policy plan, and it gives a breakdown of the availability of funds. We begin with an estimated funding based on the amount received the previous year. So that's that $375,000. 20% of that is our estimated. 20% of that amount plus our estimated program income is set aside for grant administration. There is a maximum allowance of 15% for a public services project if the Project Review Committee recommends a public service project, but this is not a requirement. And so our total estimated availability for available funds for projects was $300,000. This gives a breakdown of each applicant and the amount of funding they requested and the amount awarded. The committee's scoring and deliberations resulted in 3 of our 4 applicants being selected for funding. Again, these were very difficult decisions in which committee members took into account project feasibility, the amount being requested, organization history and performance, The Project Review Committee recommended fully funding Kitsap Community Resources request for their weatherization and BEST programs. And City of Bremerton Public Works ADA improvements near Haddon Park were also recommended to receive their full request. We received one public service application that was not recommended for funding from the Coffee Oasis. This project also received the lowest score, and their amount that they requested far exceeded the amount that we had available for that category. The remaining amount of estimated funds have been recommended for a future project to be determined during the 2025 cycle. So there's that $40,550 is an excess from the projects that were funded. That'll also give us one I guess bonus to that is that it also gives us a cushion because we are working with estimated funds from HUD. So in our last couple of years, our funding estimate has come in, our funding has come in lower than what we had initially estimated. So having that $40,000 will give us a little bit of a cushion for next year. And then I'll just quickly go through each project. City of Bremerton Public Works Department, with the support of the Parks Department, selected 8 new curb ramps and 2 ADA compliant alley driveways along 15th Street and 440 lineal feet of sidewalk along North Lafayette Avenue. Building upon the ADA accessible infrastructure and previous CDBG awards, including the planned improvements to Haddon Park, in alignment with the city's ADA transition plan and goals, the project will improve ADA access to transit city parks, schools, and improve walkability for pedestrians by removing barriers for those with disabilities and provide connected corridors for foot traffic. The weatherization program through KCR has been a successful grant recipient in years past. $70,000 will benefit weatherization and minor home repair services for 8 homes within the City of Bremerton. The funds will specifically be used for contractor labor and materials to install weatherization measures, and health and safety improvements will also be prioritized for those 8 homes. The KCR BEST program is designed for low-income individuals and those with limited funds who are interested in mastering skills necessary to start or expand their own business. Program-wide, BEST plans to provide their business basics training to 48 unduplicated individuals, have 30 businesses started, host at least 10 workshops and networking events, and create 20 new jobs while retaining 8. In addition to the 8-week business course, BEST offers ongoing support to their graduates as well. In addition to the PCR's recommendations, we also asked the council to review Bremerton home funding recommendations, which is selected by the county's review committee. The city has a consortium with Kitsap County for home funds. The City of Bremerton receives its share of home funds based on a percentage allocation determined by HUD. The Kitsap County Grant Review Committee has recommended funding for Bremerton Housing Authority, their Evergreen Bright Start property. This is an acquisition of a new 30-unit apartment complex, which will include 24 affordable housing units with wraparound services for vulnerable young adults ages 18 to 24, at or below 30% AMI, with behavioral health disabilities, who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, including families with children, unaccompanied homeless young adults, or domestic violence young adult survivors. 2 units will be maintained for live-in managers, and 4 will be for offices and service spaces. Rental assistance and Section 8 project-based vouchers will be used to keep the rents affordable, and BHA will partner with other community organizations for wraparound services. Lastly, part of our regulatory requirements require that we build in contingencies to the committee's funding recommendations. Again, because we work with estimates until the federal budget is passed, the committee has recommended the following contingencies. City of Bremerton Public Works and Kitsap Community Resources Weatherization and BEST programs will be fully awarded. Any unallocated funds from the 2024 entitlement will be rolled to next year's funding process for a future project. If less than the $370,000 minus the unallocated amount of $40,550 is received, Kitsap Community BEST program would receive less funding, and if there's anything beyond these contingencies, the committee will reconvene. And thank you. I am available for questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Lineman, sorry. All right, so this is again another public hearing, but this one will have action taken after it. So I'm going to gavel open this public hearing and ask if any member of the public wishes to comment on this item, either in person or online. And let's go to Mr. Runyon online.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep, it seems to be working better now. Anyway, yeah, I want to comment on this issue. Couple items, I'll break it down. Number one, the City of Bremerton Public Works and Utilities Project, pedestrian network improvement, infrastructure improvement. That's in the district I live in. One thing to consider, that is quite a hill. I walk it a couple times a week, and going north, it's a pretty steep incline. Will these improvements be ADA compliant? It's going to be tough for a wheelchair-bound person to get up that hill. I don't know what you'd have to do. We might want to look at some of the streets to the east, which have less of a grade, an incline. And so there is a chance for actually making them ADA compliant. But 15th Street is not. It would be almost impossible for a relatively weak person in a wheelchair to be able to get up there. I don't know what you would do. So that's an issue there. Don't have a problem with the weatherization minor home program. That's kind of a long-standing issue. The BEST program is a great program. It gives folks tools to start and operate their businesses, hopefully sustainably, and not have to depend on government handouts. We need more of that. We need more private industry and capital and capitalism in this town to generate the tax revenue that we need to operate the basic services, the core functions of government, not the mission creep services. I do object to the 20% the city is setting aside for administration. I remember a time when it used to be 15%. So it appears that our costs are spiraling out of control. So we're taking more away from the individuals, the citizens, in those needy projects and those very worthwhile projects, in spending more on city administration. And that's the wrong way to go. So I think you need to, one suggestion, capitalize some of those administrative expenses. What do I mean by that? The City of Bremerton Public Works and Utilities Project for infrastructure improvements, see if you can't capitalize some of that administrative cost in that project, because the administrative actions do support that project. So, you need to work on that. Talk to the finance director, see if that could be done. You'll do what you're going to do. Otherwise, I generally support this, except for the administrative cost and also the concern over ADA compliance of the 15th Street project.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and we'll let council members ask those questions when it comes time. Yes, please go ahead. In the room.
Jane Rabolowski. I'm not at all concerned about the ADA compliance, because for sidewalks, you need to be within 5% or less of what the existing roadway grade is. So it's just your ADA ramp at the bottom of that hill that he's speaking of that certainly would have to meet the 8.5% slope max. One thing, and this is probably a question for Sarah, aren't these the same funds that last year were given to Public Works to build ADA ramps on High Avenue?
Let me just see if that's the end of your public comment, and then I can.
Okay, because those haven't been built yet, and maybe it was a different fund, but I thought it was from Sarah's funding. To me, the more ADA ramps we can get in, and sidewalks, especially neighborhoods that are definitely underserved near Haddon Park, it's a great way to upgrade there a little bit. Thank you.
Absolutely. And actually, why don't we'll hold off for questions from council, but if no one asks those questions, I will. Excellent. Anyone else for public comment on this item? Oh, yes, we had, I believe, one more online. We'll go to what's labeled iPad. If your iPad. Okay. That was not intelligible. All right, anyone else for public comment on this item? Yeah, I was worried when it said iPad. All right, seeing no other public comment on this item, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will go to the council for a motion. Yes, Councilmember Younger.
Move to pass resolution number 3368, approving the 2024 funding recommendations to be included in the 2024 action plan to HUD, and authorize the mayor to finalize and execute the agency grant agreements with substantially the same terms and conditions as presented.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Chamberlain. All right, motion and a second. We're open for discussion on this item. And Councilmember Younger, floor is yours if you wish.
Thank you. We did talk about this in study session. Nothing really controversial here, as Mr. Runyon indicated. The two projects outside the city are projects we traditionally fund with CDBG money, and also happy to see the sidewalks being done at Haddon Park. I'm most excited then actually about the leveraging of that money from the city of Bremerton's allocation on the home fund project, $5 million apartment project. We had extensive discussion tonight already on public comments about the underhoused and people on the fringe, and this 30 units will go a ways toward that. Much more to do, but I was very happy to see that home recommendation and the city participating in that. That's all I have.
Excellent. Vice President Chamberlain?
Yeah, so I got to be part of this team. It was a wonderful opportunity. Sarah was on maternity, by the way, when she was facilitating us. And she did a fantastic job, even with a brand new baby at home. And I, it was a tough decision to not fund one of the programs. We really did a lot of research. So the one program, the Coffee Oasis, I just want to provide clarity on that. We did a lot of research. And yeah, they were asking for more funds than we had available. We even considered divvying, making it a smaller amount for the programs. But what it really came down to is they just didn't meet the standards they didn't meet standards for the program for federal compliance. And so while verbatim, they said that they met the standards, we just didn't have the documentation to back it up. And so it's not that we don't value the work that Coffee Oasis is doing. It was a tough call. I'm super excited to get more sidewalks for Anna, and that's all I really have to say about that. Thanks.
Excellent. Any other council members for comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Mockler.
Thank you. I am really happy about this, and I'm particularly happy about the Evergreen Bright Start. I've been saying congratulations off and on for a week, but now I get to say it in person again. Congratulations.
Just make sure I'm not missing any council members online, but I'll rely on Dave to let me know. All right. Seeing no others, let me ask those two questions. Director Nucky, for the city project, I'm guessing those curb ramps, sorry, you can give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, will all be ADA compliant within specifications?
Yeah, actually, I think Jen did a great job explaining that. I wasn't aware of the 5%, but that sounds right. Typically, for a sidewalk, as long as you're matching the road grade, it's ADA compliant.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And then the question about the project last year that used those funds, if you have a status update on that.
Yeah, I would have to actually go and look at the work plan to confirm it, but I believe the funding came in, was available later on in the year. We'd already constructed, we had a goal to construct 20 curb ramps, built 28 this year, so pretty happy with that. But I think that the plan is to construct the High Street CDBG funded curb ramps in 2024. I think that's true, but don't hold me to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get
It's either that or later this year. I can circle back with you and give you the firm
answer
Sounds
on
good.
that?
Yeah, I think I remember that was maybe contingent funding last year that came in, or, yeah, that sounds about right. Excellent. You know, and all I got to say is agree on the home funding. Great partnership with BHA. I think this is quite a number we've been able to help fund in the last several years of providing affordable housing. So that's great to see that continue. And just my thanks to the entire review committee, especially Vice President Chamberlain, Ms. Lyman. I served on CDBG the past 2 years, and it's never easy decisions to make because they're all incredible projects. But thanks to the folks reviewing those projects and making the hard decisions. Yes, and then go ahead, Councilmember Fry.
I just wanted to make a quick comment that even though it's not a part of the CDBG home funding in this, it is part of the documentation that Housing Kitsap is going into a partnership with Kitsap Mental Health Services to build a 72-unit housing complex right next to KMHS on Elmira, just north of the city's boundary. So even though it's not in the city limits of Bremerton, I'm truly excited about that project because that's going to serve our folks with mental health issues in close proximity to services. So, you know, I'm a big fan of BHA. Bremerton Housing Authority is a blessing to us here in Bremerton. Its business model is probably one of the best I've ever seen in the country. And we're very, very fortunate. Jill Stanton is here, her board chair is here, sat with us all night long through this just to get to this point. Thank you for what you do. That's it.
All right. Seeing no other further council comments or questions, let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Fry,
Yes.
Dennehy,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mockler,
Yes.
Younger,
Yes.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Coughlin.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. This concludes public hearings. Next on the agenda is general business. Item 7A, resolution number 3367 to approve the extension of wastewater utility services to the Fisher Plat located within the East Bremerton urban growth area. Our presenter tonight is Managing Engineer Janelle Hitch.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hitch, for being here. Let me just say a quick thanks to everybody who's commented previous and who's stuck around late in the evening for this as well. But please take it away.
Okay, good evening. I think I have a PowerPoint presentation on. There we go. Yeah, this is a little bit summarized from the last couple of times that I presented it. So if you have any questions, please let me know. The Fisher Plat has a wastewater service request, and that's why we're here tonight. They're located outside city limits within the jurisdiction of Kitsap County. They are within the East Bremerton urban growth area, which is designated a wastewater service area for Bremerton, and this area was included in our 2014 wastewater comprehensive plan. So BMC 1503.040 requires annexation when they are outside the city limits, and when annexation is determined to be infeasible, the city council must decide whether to provide the wastewater service. So annexation has, you go back to slide 2, annexation has been determined to be infeasible. The city's Department of Community Development conducted an annexation study, and the development that we're discussing, the Fisher Plat, is in orange on here, and they also, the property owners also own the parcels in purple. So outlined in pink is the annexation study area. Let's see. The annexation area was considered because per state law and the Kitsap County planning policies, you may annex property if it's contiguous to city limits, but the proposed development is well outside the city limits, so this larger area was considered. The green areas have outside utility agreements with the city, and the proposed area has 483 parcels with $169 million in assessed value. So to annex, you need 60% of the total property value, which is about $100 million. And the city, with outside utility agreements and with the developer's assessed property value, the total valuation is 12.1 million, which is well below that 60 million, or the 100 million needed for the 60% property. Additionally, a survey was completed by the developer, and it went out to all the owners in the annex study area, and results were that 90% of the owners did not support annexation. So annexation is shown to be infeasible. So I wanted to point out, though, that if the City Council approves service, the extension of the wastewater service would be required, and the extension would be designed and installed by the developer. We don't currently have service to this area. The sewer would be constructed and inspected, and the wastewater facilities would be transferred to the city for operation and maintenance. As residential buildings are connected to the system, the city would collect general facility charges and ongoing service fees. The extension proposed would be 4,000 linear feet of 6-inch force main and a lift station. The extension would tie into our system, and our system was evaluated for both conveyance and capacity within the wastewater treatment plant, and the evaluation showed that in full build-out conditions, we do have capacity. So now we're ready for the last slide. Thanks. So per BMC 1503040B1, where annexation is not feasible, the council must decide whether to provide the wastewater service. I think at the study session last time, we talked about having street standards. If this was accepted, that the developer would build to the city street standards. And we've included a provision. It's part of the outside utility agreement that would have to be signed by the developer. That's included in your packet starting on page 133, and it's item 3 on page 134. So just wanted to point that out for you. Do you have any questions? Or I know Matt Rasmussen's here tonight, if you have any questions for the developer.
Perfect, thank you. Much appreciated for you all being here. So first we'll go to the public and ask if any member of the public wishes to comment on this item. And if so in the room, please line up at the podium or raise your hand on Zoom. And we'll start in the room here. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kathy Lustig, and I live on Rosewood Drive. I did send you some comments today. I don't know if you saw them. I'll just kind of highlight some of the big points. And one of them is that the sewer extension request is part of the proposed subdivision abuts the Illahee Community Plan. And as part of the Illahee Community Plan, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Habitat evaluation that's included in there has given this area the highest habitat rating. This is the largest and highest habitat rating in the central Kitsap and East Bremerton area, and shows the connectivity to another high habitat area, the Cheney Estate, now Fisher, area south of the Illahee community. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. We haven't had a lot of time to review a lot of the documentation, and I'm still in the process of a public records request. But as part of the 2-year process of the 2016 comprehensive plan, in 2014, a request for land use classification was made. The request was put in for an area-wide rezoning that included the entire Cheney Estate, from 30th all the way down into Manette, the entire Anatai Beach area, and the western portions of Rosewood Estate. In 2015, leading up to the adoption of the comprehensive plan, considerable input is made, compiled, and prepared for the final adoption of the 2006 comprehensive plan. On March 8, 2016, which I provided you, a zoning map was published that shows the areas being rezoned. The now Fisher proposed plat was part of that area-wide rezoning from urban low residential to urban restricted. The several-year process was followed, and all of the Cheney Estate Fisher parcels were rezoned restricted. That is leading right up to where it was almost adopted. Just weeks before the comprehensive plan was set to be adopted, Ben Cheney submitted a letter, and it went before the Planning Commission. A few little lot lines adjustments were made, and some kind of an offer and compromise where they agreed to keep some of the parcels restricted, and these parcels were to remain urban low. We still do not have all the information about what the Planning Commission reviewed to make this decision. I don't have not a written decision. What was the basis of this?
I'm so sorry, just 10 seconds.
Okay, this parcel was deemed restricted as part of a comprehensive plan. It was reversed, and the public never knew about it. So I want you to keep that in mind. There's a reason why we're all upset about it.
I got to stop you there, but thank you for your comments. Please go ahead.
My name is Kainoa. The food web and food chain are very essential to life. If we add 189 homes on city sewer, it would make the deer run away, increasing the grass. The trees that get cut down would make animals lose their homes. The grass would go away, and the animals that eat grass would leave. The owls and natural sounds would leave as well. This extension would cost a lot of money, and going into nature is free. If 189 homes on city sewer would make animals lose homes, it would also disrupt the food web.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, everybody. My name is Blake Hofer, and I'm a Kitsap County resident. Thank you to the City Council for again allowing us the opportunity to give public comment on the proposed wastewater extension to the Fisher Plat. Life is full of teachable moments. For me, I had no idea what an urban growth area was, or that my house is located in one until recently. From what I heard during the study session last week, shame on me for not understanding that the city was coming. But what I have come to learn about urban growth areas is they were created to define areas likely to annex into the city within a 20-year period. During last week's study session, it was noted that the urban growth area I live in was established 25 years ago. Looking at the results of the most recent annexation survey, it would appear the city is no closer to annexing our neighborhood than they were when the urban growth area was first established. So maybe not too much shame on me. The council has looked into the annexation calculation to determine feasibility if this development is built to the maximum as planned density, and the math still does not add up to annexation. There was discussion during the last study session around coercing or compelling property owners to vote in favor of annexation through developer installation of utilities like the current proposal. With limited development opportunities in the urban growth area, it should be clear that the city will need our community to get behind annexation for it to succeed. I cannot think of a better way to harden the resolve of this community in the stance against annexation than for the City Council to completely disregard our opposition to this wastewater extension request. This request does not bring a wastewater extension to a community in need. It would place a tremendous burden on anyone unfortunate enough to be too close to the development to escape impact. And this brings us to tonight's teachable moment. Our community, other urban growth areas, and even city residents, your voters, are watching. There is no requirement that says the City Council has to approve this wastewater extension request. In fact, the code states that general policy is areas need to annex before utilities are extended. A vote in favor of the extension is nothing more than doing the developer a favor. And this community is not asking for favors. We're asking the council to maintain normal procedure as stated in the code. No utilities without annexation. And we urge you to vote no on this wastewater extension request. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi. Anthony Agello from Port Orchard. And I emailed, I don't know if you had a chance to say it or to read it, but I did want to read this and share this with you on my feelings, not just mine, but basically the residents of Kitsap County, not just Bremerton, Kitsap County. The Fisher Platt issue is an exact parallel to Joni Mitchell's Paved Paradise, Put Up a Parking Lot song. I know that I wouldn't allow it to be my legacy to be one of the main leaders responsible for the grotesqueness that would be solely a direct result of the council's decision to allow the utility expansion, and especially with no real information behind this proposed project. I mean, this is so up in the air. And I'm going to preface this too, also saying I was part of the Manchester plan. I was involved with that, but at least there was something with this. So this is irresponsible, or would be irresponsible, to move forward with this. You can try and pass the buck to Kitsap County, saying, "Oh, you're just making a choice here, whether or not the utility will run." But this opens the doors. Let's be honest. 90% chance anyway. The damage will be done. It'll ultimately come down to the fact that you all allowed it. Everyone knows this is not for help and benefit the community with the shortage of affordable housing or any housing. This would be for one reason and one reason only: money. In fact, what is being proposed contradicts the definition of what a UGA, an urban growth area, purportedly is supposed to be. This is also putting the cart before the horse, as others mentioned at the public meeting last week. Hopefully, you will make the good and right decision. Maybe you all need to listen to Joni Mitchell's song again before making the right decision, because if this fiasco moves forward, you all can think of yourselves each time you hear that song for the rest of your lives. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Christy Schultz. I live on Bucharest, which is just to the north of the Fisher Platte. My bottom line is, please do not facilitate this county development by allowing the hookup to the sewer. Very basic. You're going to allow for higher density development. Bremerton has come to a crossroads, I feel, after listening to, I've taken notes all night on everything. You're to the point where you need to decide, are you going to be a green, environmentally friendly, rural sort of a community? Or are you going to be an overdeveloped maniac place with people tearing down the road, high speed, What do you want? Do you want what they have in Seattle, or do you want a rural community? What do you want? What do we all want? I'm getting older myself. I drive a little bit more slowly, a little more carefully than I used to. There's a lot of people in this town that don't do that, okay? I think we've all figured that out by now. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Everything can be heard? Okay,
yes.
Great. Okay. I drive very carefully. It's not just 6th Avenue that needs to slow down. It's everywhere in the city. Since this is the city, we're talking about the city, not the county. It's that way everywhere. When you put this development in, when you facilitate this development, you're looking at more traffic, okay? And it's not going to bring in people that ride bicycles. It's going to bring in people that are driving cars, okay? So it came to me after listening to the bicycle people. Gosh, there were, I took count actually, there were 12 people that got up and talked about 6th Avenue and the problems down there. They want to ride their bicycles. There's a lot of people that ride bicycles here, a lot of people that walk. There's a lot of handicapped people in wheelchairs, okay? There's a lot of this sort of thing. So 2 sources of revenue you might be looking at rather than looking for sewer hookup fees. You might be looking at cameras to ticket speeders on 6th. Hey, that looks like a good investment to me, and you'll get good revenue back. And also, you might be thinking of the license the bicycles, which another one of our members mentioned that. I already had it jotted down. Great idea. Anyway, again, to reiterate what I said to begin with, please do not facilitate the sewer hookup, okay? Let's bring it down. And what everybody else says about the environment, I agree. There's a lot of critters, and I personally heard an eagle up in the canopy the other day walking around out there. So there's things in that forest. Let's not take away their home, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Sarah Hofer, and I am a county resident. As a native Hawaiian, I don't particularly enjoy the word annexation. I've tried to keep an open mind, but am finding the situation is only solidifying my opinion on the matter. We've heard over the course of the last month that we would benefit from city sewer, and yet we have not seen the data. In fact, it seems the data has not been there, and the claims by the city regarding failed septics in our area was false. The data has shown that the work between the Public Health Department and residents in our Enitai neighborhood has been very successful over the course of the past years, so claiming we need your city sewer is a stretch. It seems that everyone for this wastewater extension only seems to point out the density and how it relates to the extension when it is beneficial for them. We see this to be true in emails between city engineers and the Public Health Department. We also see this to be true when the city uses the comprehensive plan as an excuse to make this exception, stating we need housing, as we need somewhere for 20,000 people to live over the course of 20 years. But then they fail to mention the comprehensive plan is set in place to increase affordable housing with written protection for the environment. It seems every time we county citizens bring up these points, it's met with a take it up with the county. The city seems to be using this language to make it easier to digest if this exception is made for a developer that openly admitted in their comments after the last public meeting that they have no experience in developing any property. I'm not surprised at this news, as they also stated they don't even know if this project is viable. If their goal was to simply develop, they would not be asking for outside utility agreements. They are asking for this extension and exception to the code to develop close to maximum density. It's written plain and simple on the developer's plat checklist that annexation is required, and yet they are still seeking an exception to the code. Tapping into city sewer would be close to impossible and honestly technically ridiculous for a majority of us downhill neighbors. Connection for many of us living in the Enitai community would be an extreme financial burden. It would not be an easy, swift process. City engineers gave Team 4 and the Fishers 2 options after annexation failed, and yet here we are years later watching as they are pushing through a design that the city engineers deemed acceptable. The city openly said there is no money available to extend city sewer in the urban growth area at this time. Approving a city extension without short or long-term impacts would be inappropriate. We have seen tonight that the city utility rates can simply be raised at any time. This is not the only long-term impact that we will see. On a more personal note, it's been incredibly difficult to hear council members talking about us county residents as if we do not contribute to the city in other ways. Our children go to school in this school district. Many of our community work in the city, and we shop and support local businesses. If the city of Bremerton is wanting us to annex into the city, stop treating us like outsiders. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments.
Murray Rexon. Just 2 questions for the council. One, I didn't hear any resolution to a question raised earlier about the capacity of Bremerton's sewage system. If you look at the published numbers from the 2014 study on the website, and then take into account the annexation potential increase, you could be looking at adding a budget item to your budget for increased capacity to the sewage treatment plant by 2025, which I think is, well, I didn't see anything in the budget, but I'm not a budget expert, so that seems like that would be a problem. The second question is, it seems unclear who would be responsible and report any sewage outflow problems. And I think that needs to be squared away before this sort of thing happens. If there's a big sewage system and there's a problem with it, somebody needs to know who's responsible for that before this moves forward. So, thanks for your input.
Thanks for your comments.
Council President, before the next person goes up, can you please have folks point the mic towards their mouth?
Sure.
I'm missing everybody's names in the first part of what they're saying and a little bit in the middle too.
Appreciate the feedback, yes. So I'll make sure people can get the mic as close as they can to it. Thank you. All right, please go ahead.
Hi there, Mike Simons, resident of Manette District 3. I am pro this getting put in. We have a housing shortage. We're 49th out of 50th for housing, and this is just NIMBYism. There is no parcel over 30 acres within the city area, near the city, that these houses could be built other than Fisher Platt. Closest one is the Christmas Tree Farm. That's 70 acres and a 34-acre plot. That's it. This owner of this land says he wants to develop this housing, and it sounds like he's going to put in some form of housing. And I can tell you the communities that have septic systems, closest one is Skyfall, top of Chico Hills. $1 million houses only. So if you want middle housing or housing that people aspire to own, you got to build that so that it frees up the lower income housing. That stuff that's already built, that people's starter homes need to be, their second or third home is going to be better than their first home. And we need that housing just as much as we need the affordable housing, because that frees up affordable housing. It actually does. Multiple communities across Washington State have proven this. This is just a community, and again, there's over 500 housing units in that annexation zone. If you don't understand the benefits of being part of the city, it's great having a city council member. Great when I call the police, it's not the sheriff coming from half across the county, it's the police department. There are so many benefits to being annexed, and I feel like this community was never even told what that could look like. I have a city councilman I can call. I have a city councilman I can ask, like, hey, can we maybe put a park in this new community? Maybe a 20-acre park as part of this building? If you guys were annexed in the city, you guys would be able to get the city to tell the developers how to do stuff, because it would be city permits, not county permits. And so I think they should approve this, but I think the city should also make sure that as part of the sidewalks and the other stuff, maybe a park too. I think a park would be nice there. That way you can preserve some of the land and still build some housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll get that mic pointed down. There we go. Perfect.
My name is Judith Kriegsman, and I live in Illahee. And part of the conversations I have heard is about failing septics. Well, Bremerton Health reports how well the septic drain fields are doing in our area, and they have been doing that for a long time. Intertie Creek is performing well. It's doing really good. Maybe in 2006 there was some E. coliform going into the streams, but it is performing perfect and it's doing great. However, the wastewater treatment plants are not faring so well. They've been spewing thousands of contaminated sewage into Sinclair Inlet. In December of last year, the shipyard discharged 450,000 gallons of sewage into Sinclair Inlet. Also, a brief time ago, 82,000 gallons of sewage was discharged into the Port Washington Narrows and Sinclair Inlet. The point being, septics can last a long time. Mine is over 100 years old. I'd say that's pretty good. One must admit that an on-site septic system would give more protection to the environment than ever, more than these frequent sewerage spills. Team 4 might want to do some soil sampling to see what other alternatives they could offer the community and also be better for the environment. Something to be said about working in harmony with your community and especially nature. Sewer availability request for the Fisher property is certainly the cart before the horse and not ready for approval. And I tell you, septic can be good, and we do not need this massive amount of community disruption with a sewer availability approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name's Eric Nemeth, entrepreneur.
If you don't mind moving, tilting the microphone up towards you.
Can you hear me now?
Excellent, thank you.
Can you start my time over?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. My name is Eric Nemeth, entrepreneur, inventor, the hope, I think, for Bremerton, to tell you the truth. I mean, the way things have functioned in Bremerton, as far as I know historically, and what I've read has been pretty pathetic. Almost to the point where I think we need to name it Wheelerton instead of Bremerton and start all over again.
Going to ask you, keep your comments germane to the wastewater sewer extension.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and it's speaking to the engineers that have orchestrated everything in and around Bremerton to the extent where we're putting a lot of faith in saying that what they're going to do is going to function well. I don't know that it has. I'm from the Anatai community. I think that this town has a history of annexing from way back when. And I think that's, if you were to vote the way the Bremerton's been and annexing and doing anything you can to and extending the sewer, then vote for it. You know, I don't see that as being something that's conducive to what we know as a community. We haven't, to this point, organized our position and the information that we have. We have people that have information about why this wouldn't work beyond what's even been discussed, right? But these people don't want to come out publicly because they're part of other. So it's like this whole mess of who knows what about what, and how do we bring it to you in a timely manner. I appreciate John Fisher's ability to make money at business. I aspire to do that. Unfortunately, I've taken other positions to do it. So I commend what he has done. What he's trying to do, not so good. And I guess that my point is that I'm actually glad this has come to be because it's woke me back up. And when you talk about community and you talk about neighborhoods, that's what we have. And you're disrupting it. And I think it's a dangerous game to play without having all the information from us. We haven't gotten the time to put it together. We have people in other situations. We don't have to start fresh. We have other examples. We can bring it to you in a timely manner. That's what I'm saying. I mean, to vote on this tonight, I don't even know where it's at, if you're voting on it or what. It's just premature. You just don't have the information. You don't. Good luck.
Thank you for your comments.
Jane Rebelowski, Bremerton City resident. The Growth Management Act was put in place to protect valuable lands. I'm glad this came up too, so that we can look at all these urban growth areas that we have in Bremerton and really figure out if they're zoned properly. Because we don't want such beautiful land being destroyed. I mean, you're never going to get back a piece of land like that. And it's obvious that the residents of the county don't want to be part of the city. And even if they, did choose to annex, I don't think this is the way to do, to give a developer the go-ahead, the green light to destroy this beautiful land. And maybe someday they'll want to be part of the city. I don't really care. I mean, they're part of the community, but, they're not in the city itself. So please, please, please think about what the Growth Management Act was really trying to do. And the intention was to save properties like that and develop closer to urban areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let me check and see if everybody online. Yes, we'll go first to Mr. Runyon.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't have any video.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, I lost the video. So your mic is cutting out even more, your podium mic, so please get that fixed before the next council meeting. And I've lost the video again. Anyway, I assume you're still there.
Yes, we're still here.
So I spoke last council meeting on this topic. I am a Bremerton resident, a Bremerton taxpayer, former council member, a U.S. military veteran. I've sworn the oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, including the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which is the Equal Protection Clause. The developer has a right to petition the government for this extension, no matter what anybody feels about who that person is individually in their interactions. They need to be treated equally by the government. And so there is an exception in the code that allows the council to extend sewer service or city utilities outside the city limits. We did this for Gorst Creek to protect the creek. We sewered a number of properties in Gorst. They're not in the city limits. They're in our UGA, I believe. So there is a precedent. So don't feel that you're pioneering something, you're doing something that's really bad and sneaky. You're not. You're being transparent in this case. We need more housing. Now, I'm an investor, developer, landlord, business person, and a realtor used a term with me, compression. Compression means, in the real estate term and development terms, is that there are so few houses available that folks who have a lot of money are buying houses that folks who have less money would normally buy. It's pushing the problem down the income stream. It's making things worse by denying the ability for developers, no matter who they are, to get their projects in to provide more housing is exacerbating the problem. I therefore am in favor of this project as far as extending city sewer. And by the way, to answer the questions for some of the other folks, the city, once the developer pays for these infrastructure improvements, they'll hand it over to the city and the city will manage it. The other thing is, you folks need to require the developer to put on title or in CCRs that anybody who buys property will not object to annexation into the city of Bremerton. We did it in Gorst. You folks need to make sure it's in the agreement to provide city sewer service to the developer. Ensure that nobody will object to annexation. Anybody who buys any of those properties in that development will not object to annexation. Put it in the titles for each of those properties and put it in the CCRs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we'll go to Hesper Kohler next, online. If you can hear us, please go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Paul Simbeck. I'm using my wife's computer. We're citizens of the county. We live just north of the Fisher Platte. Appreciate the opportunity to speak a little bit tonight. I haven't given a whole lot of, I haven't organized my thoughts on a piece of paper or anything, so forgive me if I jump around a little bit, but ultimately, most people in the county are under no illusion that the property won't be developed. We're not asking that you guys, prevent this project of extending the sewer so that the development can't go through. We're asking that you don't approve the sewer extension because we don't want a high density, high number of, houses in there. People have talked about the beauty and the importance of that piece of property. It's privately owned. Ultimately, whether the sewer, even if the sewer the extension isn't approved, they're still going to develop in there. We're just asking that you not open the floodgate for them to put in close to 200 homes. It will, you can say what you will about it, it will affect neighborhood weather patterns as far as wind. It'll affect the nature that's in there. We as members of the county for a long time have not wanted to annex, and there's reasons for that. And we are very aware of, the services that the city of Bremerton provides, and I think we've made it very clear that we are content with the services that we receive from the county. We get attention from our law enforcement agency, which is Kitsap County, and we're very happy with the service that they've provided. We're happy with, water and wastewater. We haven't had any issues with that. And we've sat through the entire meeting tonight, and I think many of us have been impressed, or should I say unimpressed, with the some of the other issues that have been addressed by the council. So again, we're asking, that you guys don't approve this, not because we're uninformed. We're very informed. We're a fairly close-knit community. We are, as people have mentioned, we pump money into the city of Bremerton. We help pay for the schools. Our kids go to the schools. We shop. We work in Bremerton. It would be, I'll just say, it would be rude to say that we are not members of the community. We may not, pay taxes directly to Bremerton, but we do spend our money there. So I appreciate the opportunity. Please don't enable the extension of the pipeline.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody else wish to speak on this issue who hasn't spoken already? Seeing no more, yes. Do the same 3 minutes.
Matt Rasmussen, I'm with Team 4 Engineering. I'd just like to reiterate some of the points that we made through various presentations and answering questions through this whole process in the last, 3-4 weeks now. A vote of yes does not mean that you approve the development. A vote of yes only allows the connection to the city sewer system. And it's not building a line, it's a connection at the sewer system. And that's only if that preliminary plat is approved through the county's process. The processes are being followed as laid out by city and county codes. We're not making anything up. We're not getting the cart before the horse. Things are going on in order, just the way it's described, and we're following it. This is one of the first few steps of many that will need to be taken before ground is ever broken. This process will take many, many years. The proposed plat follows the GMA, the 2014 comprehensive plan, and 25 years of approved planning. So I ask that you please support the decisions made by your previous councils, your predecessors, and with a vote of yes. So thank you for your time. If you have any specific questions, of course, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, anyone else for public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comments, and I'll go to the council for a motion on this issue. Yes, Councilmember Younger.
Move to pass resolution number 3367 to allow the Fisher Platte properties to receive wastewater service from the city of Bremerton.
They changed.
Let's see.
No, they did not change it. Point of order, I'm going to read it over
Yeah,
again.
let's start over on that one.
And then the city clerk can correct me if I'm wrong. Move to pass resolution number 3367 to allow the Fisher Platte properties to receive wastewater service from the city of Bremerton pursuant to BMC section 15.03.040.
There is an update.
That has been updated as of, I downloaded this packet this morning. All right,
let me check. Okay. All right, and just official, we withdraw that motion to make a new one.
I withdraw that motion, and let me read the motion before I agree to say it. Okay, I apologize. Move to pass resolution number 3367 and authorize the mayor to execute the outside utility agreement in substantially the same form as presented in Exhibit B.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second. All right, we have a motion and a second. We're open for discussion. Councilmember Younger, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone here that has waited so long to speak up tonight about this agenda bill item. I understand how it is important to you in your neighborhood. I don't take the motion lightly. However, I am a procedures person, and as Mr. Runyon talked about due process, I do believe my actions, whatever actions I take in my voting record, I must ensure that my decisions are not arbitrary and capricious. In that, in this case, the record shows that, first of all, when we talk about interpreting the ordinance, if you attended the study session, this won't be news to you, but I'm the person that's behind the ordinance that's before you tonight. I was council president in 2016.
Hold on a second.
He
has no audio. I don't know what's going on.
Let's try Councilmember Younger. Do you mind trying to get it, moving the mic closer and see if that fixes it?
Yeah, I've got
All right, can you hear now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so okay, I'll have to speak like this then. No worries. So I was the council president in 2016. Earlier in the year, I had expressed frustration. We had a study session about how do we get more people to annex into the city. And I found out our current code provided for outside utility agreements, but the developer did not have to automatically annex into the city. So working with the city attorney, we came up with this, crafted this ordinance, and the intent, the legislative intent, again, I was there, we voted on this, was to require a developer that is not adjacent to city, within the city limits, to go ahead and petition annex to come in. If they did not, and it was determined it was infeasible, which was what happened, right? The DCD did their survey, and it was determined infeasible. Then the council can approve it if it determines it was infeasible. And that's like the section 1 of this ordinance that's before you today. Okay, it's infeasible, okay? Now, how do I have a basis not to approve that? The developer did what the council asked them to do. Try to annex into the city. Didn't work. Okay, so then I rely on the administration. Now, granted, if this ordinance hadn't passed in 2016, you wouldn't be here tonight because this would have been automatic based on what the administration did in its findings. And this is where I'm going to need to ask some questions of staff. So first of all, my understanding is that this is under the urban growth area for the city of Bremerton, the East Bremerton urban growth area. We've had some testimony tonight about what the intention of the Growth Management Act. I don't know the background of everyone here, but I do have a DCD director, Ms. Spencer, that might be able to shed some, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Andrea, that might be able to shed some light on the intent of the Growth Management Act. And also, what does it mean for this area to be in the East Bremerton urban growth area, and what are we supposed to do as a governing body for the city of Bremerton if a property is within the East Bremerton urban growth area? Ms. Spencer?
I'm going to do a mic check to make sure they hear me online. Yes? Okay. So the urban growth area for the city has been well established for a long period of time. You heard during the public testimony during your first hearing that this is a established UGA, urban growth area for the city of Bremerton. So once the county establishes it as a UGA, they expect urban levels of service. So that's what you see with the water plans, the sewer plans, all of that we do. So that's been established. Now, I can't tell you exactly what the county has designated for land use. I can't tell you what they've designated specifically for their zoning, so I can't riff about that. But what I can tell you is anything that's been designated by the county as an urban growth area, it's expected to have urban growth over time for the county. So I think that's the question that you asked me.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Next, Council President, I'd like to ask Mr. Lever a question about our City of Bremerton wastewater comp plan. So, Mr. Lever, first of all, I want to give you the floor. Please state what your position is within the city. But in particular, can you just briefly summarize what our wastewater comp plan says as it pertains to this area of property in our urban growth area?
Okay, so mic check. Can everyone hear me? I'm Ned Lever. I'm the city engineer. The wastewater comprehensive plan doesn't speak specifically to this property. What the wastewater comprehensive plan does is it anticipates the growth over time for a 20-year period, and anticipates what the capacity is of our treatment plant, and specifically in some areas of our collection system and transmission system. So we look at a growth rate, I think, of like 1% or 1.2% a year. We estimate that in terms of flow rate at the plant, and then based on that, it's like, hey, how much capacity do we have? Do we have adequate capacity? And based on that evaluation in the comprehensive plan, it showed that, yes, we will maintain adequate capacity over a 20-year period, and this was a 2014 plan, so it goes out to 2034. So when we did that evaluation, we showed that we had capacity. We haven't had growth that's exceeded excessively our projected growth rate. We have plant flows that we keep track of every day and every month and report on. We're not concerned about our plant capacity right now, and the amount of flow that this development would contribute wouldn't put our plant capacity in any jeopardy anytime soon. So, did I answer your question?
So, in particular, and if this is what it is what it is. And it might sway me to think a different direction. The Growth Management Act and the county designating this area being under the urban growth area, does that work hand in hand then with the wastewater plan? In other words, since this is a UGA, are we expected to provide sewer? Or is this an optional thing? The city can provide sewer, or they can't provide sewer?
Okay, Andrea, I might defer to you but I'll try to answer it, and then I'll let Andrea correct me. So I think under GMA, we have a requirement to plan for sewer. We have to have a 20-year plan for sewer for our urban growth areas. So there, in that wastewater comprehensive plan, there are capital facilities that are planned for the urban growth area, and it's a 30,000 foot plan, It's a cartoon of lines and locations of pump stations with our best guess at costs associated with the capital facilities cost for all of the urban growth areas that are assigned to the city, right? And I think I mentioned at study session, we had a $120 million capital facilities plan, and 80 million of that is all of the capital facilities that would be required to serve the UGA areas. We have a requirement to plan. We did plan. The plan was documented. It was approved by council. There's an ordinance at the front of the wastewater comprehensive plan that was approved by council. And it's basically, hey, this is our best effort at planning for providing sewers in the city of Bremerton and in the associated UGAs, that are assigned to Bremerton.
Okay, thank you. So then I think we do have to turn to Ms. Spencer.
Okay.
And Ms. Spencer, the question then is, in UGA, is the city expected to extend sewer service if they have the capacity to do so?
That's part of the coordinated effort, which Ned hit on completely. We've
Okay.
coordinated with the county. Yes, the urban services of sewer,
Right.
transportation, all the things that makes urban living is been planned for. So Ned did a great job of summarizing all the
Okay.
efforts that we've undertaken.
And I did a poor job of understanding what he said, so thank you for that. The one last question then, someone brought up the topic of, well, we should re-examine, I'm paraphrasing, I apologize if I don't say this exactly. We should re-examine our urban growth area and maybe not have areas like this to be an urban growth area. Is that even possible, or is this something that's been negotiated with the county and under the GMA? First of all, I understand this is vested, basically. This is what it is as of today when we make this decision. But is that even a possibility?
You heard testimony about this being a long-term or UGA for the city of Bremerton. It's been so for more than 20 years.
Right.
And the county, just like the city, is undergoing a process to update their major work of the comprehensive plan. And so the citizens can participate with the county in that development of their plan and can give feedback to the county about how they might consider changing the urban growth area. I think that's a very tough, I don't want to lead anybody down a pathway of expectation that would actually occur, but it's certainly a possibility, and I can't speak to what the county might do with their input in their major update of their comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. And the last point, and I'm sorry if I'm taking up too much time. Tonight there was testimony, and throughout the letters that I've read, there was talk about, for lack of a better term, shenanigans going on with the comp plan as far as the Fisher Plat was supposed to be zoned one way, and then there was a letter, and to no one's knowledge, it got zoned another way with its current zoning. My comment on that, and you're not going to like this, but that's a county thing. Thank you, Ms. Spencer. That's the county zoning, and you need to take that up with the county. Now, whether the developer has, since they don't have a completed application in, I don't know the answer to this, but perhaps the citizens could go to the county and make their allegations, and if the developer doesn't have a completed application, maybe the zoning can be changed if that's what the county wants to do. I don't know. I don't know if you're vested or not, and guess what? It's none of my business. What's before me tonight is an interpretation of an ordinance where clearly the developer tried to annex. They couldn't. Under GMA, we should be providing sewer services, and the applicant is asking us to do so. There's not a lot of leeway here. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members for comment or questions? And I'll make sure I can see folks at the Zenny online. Cool. Councilmember Mockler.
Hey, I'd like to thank all of you for sticking around so very late, and I'd also like to thank everyone at Public Works for sticking around so very late. I understand that the only representative of the developer is Mr. Rasmussen, is that correct? How do you do, Mr. Anderson? Did you have anything to add? Yes.
For the record, Gary Anderson. I guess what I would just
Can you state your connection to this project, please?
Oh, yes. As a realtor, I've given the Fishers some advice about what they could potentially do with their property, and have been along on that ride for a couple of years now, and so that's my involvement with them. I guess what I would just say that, taking, kind of depersonalizing the situation by taking the Fishers name out of the equation, the property, by its zoning, has a right to be developed in the county at whatever zoning will allow it to be developed to. And so I think it's interesting that the property could be developed without sewer in some way, shape, or form, and somebody may choose to do that. So regardless of whether sewer is provided or not, it could very well be developed in some way, shape, or form. So providing sewer, I think, actually helps the community, makes it a better development for the environment and for all concerned. That's pretty much all I want to say.
Council President, I'd like to ask a question of...
Yeah, you have the right to ask a question
Okay.
of anyone you want, but they don't have to answer, obviously. Yeah.
Fair enough. So I was curious last week, and I'm still quite curious, why the developer did not perform a basic critical areas study. I was a wetland scientist for many years, and while I understand that there are non-fish-bearing streams on the property, was no wetland delineation or characterization or done. We know that it's on a critical aquifer recharge area. DCD told you that.
Sure. And as Mr. Rasmussen has stated a couple times, this is just the very beginning element of the process. And we don't know how the property is going to be developed. We know that there's environmental and geological issues that have to be dealt with, and those questions and concerns will be dealt with at the county level.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Rasmussen, you're speaking to me in hand language. Yes, please go ahead.
Matt Rasmussen again with Team 4.
Beg your pardon.
In response to your question, from last week at the study session, at that time, I answered to the best of my knowledge that I wasn't aware that they had done any type of background information, but in talking to the owners, they informed me that they had done their due diligence and they did some very, very general soil testing. They had a biologist out on site, walk the site. I mean, they were doing some basic things before they bought the property. I haven't seen any of the results of that as of yet, but it was very, very general fact-finding before they purchase a property.
Okay, thank you.
So
one of the things that Ned Lever, Engineer Lever, I forget your title, Ned, it's so late, I'm sorry. One of the things that Mr. Lever said is that the property is going to be developed. Wouldn't you rather have sewer rather than septic? Wouldn't it make less environmental impact? And I thought about that a lot because it's an interesting fact, and it does change one's perspective on it. But he also referenced a letter from the Kitsap Public Health District about the need for septic in Anatai, and this letter, which was in today's packet, says that yes, in the past, Anatai Creek was was not meeting standards, but it has been meeting standards for several years. And his closing pejoration that at some future point sewer would be good in Anatai seemed to contain zero urgency whatsoever. So I feel that the health district is not concerned at this time because, you know, they pretty much said so. The Growth Management Act, we've heard a great deal about density, not just tonight, but frequently, and the need for more density, the need for more housing. The reason that the Growth Management Act calls for said density is to preserve those valuable places that brought us here, to preserve those forests, those ecosystems, those webs of health that give us health. Many people have said that it is a foregone conclusion that this property will be developed. I'm going to be hopeful. I'm going to be hopeful that someone will recognize that these are qualities of the land, of the air, of the water that they purify, at no charge to us, may I mention, that we will respect. I think that that is something that could happen. Since the council can, if there's nothing, my colleague Councilor Younger often speaks very directly about the need to look at language of must and shall and can. It says that the council can, at its absolute discretion, approve this. It does not say that it must. It does not say that it should. It simply says that it can approve it. And therefore, I hope that this council will vote against this sewer extension, despite the financial benefits coming along. I don't think we should be compelling annexation, and I don't know another word to use. And again, I'll say this really briefly because you've already told me it's not germane, but I think Bremerton, we looked at all of the public comment we have tonight. Our resources are barely enough to cover the territory that we have. The police have come to us and said that their geographic area is so much larger that adding extra would put a real strain on them. We have other emergency responders. I just think that this is wrong at any time and particularly wrong at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Fry.
Oh,
So sorry, I can't see any hands online. If they were up. Go ahead. Okay, yeah, Vice President Chamberlain, go ahead, and then we'll go to Councilmember Fry.
are you? Thank you, Councilor Fry. I apologize. I didn't mean to be. I thought I was muted when I said "oh." I had to go make myself a cup of coffee. I don't know. I wish I could make y'all coffee right now. I'm going to ask some, just some basic questions about the efficacy of this plan. So, from what I understand during study session, one of the public commenters asked, "Is there capacity?" And I wish I would have got their name, but I'm having audio issues. But they said, does the sewer have capacity? My understanding is that there's plenty of capacity. Is Mr. Lever able to verify that for me? Plenty capacity? Okay. And so I think that was addressed earlier.
Do you want me to respond to that?
Just for clarity.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Based on our comprehensive planning and the evaluation that was done, there is capacity to serve this property.
Perfect.
Okay.
And so I think like what I was hoping for at the last study session was that I would hear from folks who had owned their homes prior to the designation of this urban growth area designation. I don't know that I necessarily heard that. And that young man with his handwritten letter, he pulled at my heartstrings, but so did so many other people today. They pulled at my heartstrings. Unhoused folks, and people in that advocacy realm. So, and I appreciated Mr. Runyon's explanation of compression. I think it was Mr. Runyon that described that, because that's, that's a fact. If we open up some of the other housing and there's newer housing available, we just are in a housing crisis, you guys. And so my next question is about annexation. And my understanding from a previous study session is, even with, can somebody who knows the numbers on this verify this, but even on the value of properties that we won't reach annexation level, can somebody verify that for me with the proposed plan, that we won't reach, that even with the properties sold, that we won't reach? Thank you, Ms. Hitch.
Yeah, so what we know is that the current assessed value is about 169 million, right? And that there's about 12.1 valuation, what we have now with the property value, what it is, right? So when the properties are, or if the property is subdivided and buildings are built on there, that whole valuation goes up. But I think what we looked at is we're still quite below the 60% threshold. So I don't have the numbers though. So
okay, I think that, that would be a concern if this developer was somehow forcing annexation of this area when clearly the residents don't want it. That would be a concern of mine. And so now I'm a little bit hesitant, right? Because I don't want that to be something that's kind of forced onto folks. And thank you. I appreciate the answer to that. That was my question.
Okay, thank you.
And so, and I have a couple of friends who will probably be pretty upset with me if I vote yes. I'm not saying that that's going to deter me, but I know I talked to the quartermasses who live nearby. I have a good friend, Genevieve, who lives on Rosewood. I think there's somebody out in the audience now who lives on Rosewood and probably knows her. And she's talked about this. Genevieve has talked about this for over a year now, that this piece of property right next to her home is going to be developed and all of the beauty is going to be lost. And it is a beautiful piece of property. Now, I haven't walked it myself, but I've seen it through her photos, through my friend's photos and her words and her experiences. And I know that it's a very special space for the neighbors. So I don't want that to, I want to honor that. And at the same time, there's an enormous amount of development going on, and there's a reason for it. We just have, tens of thousands of people expected to be here in a few years, and we need to find homes for them. There are people with jobs who are living in their cars right now because they can't afford rent. I'm one paycheck away myself from possibly living in my car. And so, we talked about this with the MFT about, like developers and rent stabilization and so on, but I'm kind of coming around to that belief that rents will stabilize with higher housing stock. I guess that's all I really have to ask and share about this. Thank you.
Councilmember Frye.
This, I've said before, has really taught me even more about the difference in how people look at things. And because there are a lot of people who think this was a really simple matter. And you can see that simplicity in the original proposal. And it wasn't. It wasn't a simple matter. And so that, when it's presented to me as something simple and my brain says, wait a minute, it's connected to this, 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 and this. And this is the first time I've heard from our community development director, mainly because she wasn't involved in it, but we look to her for some guidance when this is all about community development. It's not just a public works project. It's connected to 180 some homes. So the theme that we've heard tonight, the insualization of this process, with Public Works having a perspective and the residents having a perspective and the developers having a perspective, my mind goes there all the time. I don't see anything not in connection to something else. Mr. Anderson, who I know and respect very much, said something that just really triggered me, and it's that the property has a right to be developed. Property does not have rights. The people that own it do. The Growth Management Act says that property of some types have rights, and there are all kinds of systems in place that protect that property. And when the Bremertonians, you're Bremertonians to me. You're my peeps, whether you live in the city or not. By the way, when you call 911, I bet it's Bremerton Police Department that gets there a heck of a lot faster. But that's just my own personal opinion. We like our services, our urban city services. They're a luxury sometimes compared to the county. What also struck me, though, was that there is this sense of we know better than you do about what's good for you. You need sewers. And that doesn't feel good to me either. And so the way that this was presented and some of the things that have been said doesn't foster the type of relationship that I really depend on when I'm making a decision. And I think we've been hearing a lot of that tonight, not just with this issue. You know, I want to tell the residents here, I have confidence in our county representative that is representing your area. And I really do. And I think there are safeguards along the way of this planning. I also think that property, that whole area, even though it's owned by the Fishers, is in very good hands with the people here tonight and the people that have written in. And if you continue that down the road, it can have great impact. So I think that property, even though it really doesn't have rights, I think it's in good hands. I think I have gone back and forth on this. I've got staff who are frustrated with the fact that I want to see everything in connection and don't see it so simply. You know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's just the way I make decisions. And you know what? I bring people to the table when I'm making those decisions. I bring the experts like, you know, we've tried to do today. I trust in the county. I think I have an obligation to the city. That's my role here tonight, is to the city of Bremerton. And I'm gonna vote for the approval of this project to go forward. Not the housing project. I'm just gonna say yes and allow the process to continue. And gosh, if I'm wrong, I'm really gonna regret it.
Let me check if council members Denny are good now, wanted to have the floor. If not, I can bring us, yes, Councilmember Good now. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is again, it's really complex, and I just, you know, a couple things. I just want to say that, as far as I'm concerned, with everything I've seen on my end, you know, any kind of annexation is not a motive. It's not our plan. There's no active thing going on in the city where we're trying to annex. We ask sometimes for different reasons. But we don't, it's not something that there's any energy actively pursuing. This project too, at least again, my take on it with everything I've heard, it's not about money on our side. Really, those sewer dollars stay, I think somebody could correct this, maybe if there's a finance person, but I think all those sewer dollars stay within, okay, is Director Riley there?
Yes.
Do any wastewater funds end up in the general fund? And is that a percentage or it's not a, thank you.
I can add, so short answer is no, not directly, but we do have the wastewater utility tax. Those dollars do end up in the general fund.
So we've had lots of discussions on those. So again, it's not, it really, most of the money goes towards upkeep of that system, right? So, and what it takes to process. These UGAs or growth management acts, the idea is that you take the time and you pick the areas that makes the most sense for growth, protecting other areas, to keeping from getting what's considered sprawl. And so there was a process that happened with input that chose this area. And maybe this would be a Director Spencer question, but did Bremerton declare this our UGA, or was this a big county-wide thing when we look at where we can place homes for the future? Because the population's increasing, whether we like it or not. We don't have the option just to be more rural. So is Director Spencer still there?
She is, and she's at the mic now.
So I guess the question is did Bremerton say that that's our UGA, or did we all sit together at the table and say, where can we put thousands of new people that are going to be living in our area?
So I can't speak to specifically what happened in the late 90s when they established the urban growth areas, but I can say is that what the state law says is that the counties designate in cooperation with their municipalities what the UGAs look like. And you've Commissioner Goodnow spent a lot of time on KRCC and has seen that iterative process where we work collectively. Ned and his team work very closely with the county in development of the sewer system plans to say, yes, we have the capital services in place to support the growth. So there's tons of coordination that happens between the county and the city in the cooperation of the UGA. In this particular case, it is a designated City of Bremerton urban growth area.
Is this what started with Legos?
There's Lego exercises to talk about this, but yes, in the late 90s, I think there was some Lego exercises that happened at KRCC to figure out where was the growth going to go.
Thank you, Director Spencer. So we've got folks that have figured out where to put people, and we have a crisis where we don't have enough housing, and it's driving prices up. And I'm glad somebody mentioned that what happens when there's not enough housing, even if it's fancy housing, it drives people down into lower housing, and it's the folks in the lower end that are always going to lose out. So, let's see. So I have one more thought, I think, on this. So anyways, we're not, there's no necessarily motivation here. We have said as part of the solution of what was coming in the future that we could do this as a service. If we say yes, it may never happen. And some folks have brought up that the developer doesn't even know. The developer needs to have an understanding of what their options are so that they can do those environmental studies, so they can have somebody draw it up, so they can estimate what a sewer is going to cost. They may figure out for themselves that putting in the sewer could be more expensive than just putting in the septic units in each yard as it goes. So there's just a lot of unknowns. to me, in this scenario, we're a utility provider being asked to provide a utility that we have already pretty much said we would provide this utility to this area. So that's the logic that I'm struggling with. I totally understand the folks in the neighborhood, and I also know folks in the neighborhood who we may not be friends if depending on how this goes. So we've got this thing where we have residents in the city of Bremerton who are literally saying, I don't want these unhoused folks near my house. And then I've got folks saying, I don't want new housing near my house. And that's a real, a tough balance or way to look at it too. I love it living here because it's so green. And again, these urban growth areas are to prevent the sprawl and to focus things in. Here at the city, we talk about infill. We've upzoned areas. We're trying to keep people close together to protect the green. So when we look out into the distance, or we're in a very very green area. Anyway, I think that's all I have at this round.
Perfect. And yes, Councilmember Dennehy.
The audio goes in and out. Did you just recognize me, Chair?
I did, yes. You have the floor if you wish.
Okay. I'm taking visual cues because the audio tonight has been a little wonky. This is, like most policy decisions, a balancing of interests. The two interests are preserving a natural treasure that makes this region of the country, this area of the Puget Sound, desirable and unique. Creates habitat for wildlife, and creates a certain standard of living for those folks that are in the Anatai region. The other interest is, I think the most compelling interest, at least presented, was the compression argument and our housing crisis that's going on. In order to create more housing stock, I think there's smarter ways to do it that are less environmentally damaging. I would encourage, I know this might be one of either my last or second to last meeting on council, but I would encourage council to think about adopting a blight ordinance that would free up or incentivize folks to actually sell or rent homes that are sitting. There's at least 189 homes that are unoccupied that are already developed within Bremerton. And so if you're looking for a way to increase housing stock, I think there's a smarter way to do it that's less environmentally damaging. But what's persuaded me has been the public outcry. And the public outcry is clear that folks in this area don't want to see a 190 home development. They prefer lower density, and they really want to maintain the beautiful old growth forests that are there as much as possible. Listen, we're going to get a lot of growth in the next coming years, but nobody's talking about why we're getting so much growth. We're going to have a climate change crisis that is pushing people out of the south at 120 degrees in places like Arizona, where the air is so thin they can't get a plane to fly off. We need to preserve as much old growth forests and trees as possible. And so my vote obviously is going to be in the minority tonight, but it's with the people of Anatai, and it's with the beautiful old growth forests that we will never, ever get back.
All right, I'll wrap us up here, and I know it's 10 p.m., so I'll try not to say anything that hasn't been said. Just start by saying I'm glad we took our time on this. I agree that I didn't want to rush this, and there's a lot I didn't understand a few weeks ago that I do now. And I think it's been valuable not only for this specific issue, but for just greater education of both us and the public on the comprehensive plans, which are going right now on with the city and county, and encourage folks to please speak up as part of that process. Yeah, no one can say we rushed a decision on this, and this council doesn't rush things, much to the frustration of, I know, staff and folks at time. I remember hearing about this, a year ago when the initial surveys went out. I knew this was kind of a hot button issue, and I did tour the whole area, even before our first study session on this. So I've gotten a chance to check it out, to look at it all around the entire perimeter. And I get the frustration of folks who live in the county near this parcel. And if I were in your shoes, I'd probably be doing the same thing of maybe trying to stop it. You're part of our Bremerton community, absolutely. We shop, we live in the same places, but personally, when it comes to making city decisions, I have to think about the constituents in my district and what's best ultimately for the people that reside in Bremerton, in those city boundaries. It's what I was elected to do. And ultimately, listening to my constituents, they're split. I understand there's concern about the loss of the forest and wildlife, but that's been a concern for ongoing development. And we've made that decision that we're growing as a city, and this is an urban area. So I'd say that decision in terms of trade-off between development and some forest has already been made. And that's the direction we're heading and that we need to head as a city, is to continue that growth in a reasonable way. But I've also heard from residents in my district who are very supportive of this for the needs of increased housing and consistency. And I'm not going to go through all the other concerns that residents have, but I think the county does have those processes in place to deal with them and concerns of wildlife and grades and slopes and environmental concerns. And ultimately, I think what it comes down to is I don't feel comfortable using this specific ordinance and mechanism to pick and choose which areas get developed and which don't. There have been other areas in the city that have been developed that are forested as well. And so what do I say to those residents who might live next to that and didn't want their area developed, or another area over here, another one over here? So ultimately, I think it comes down to, is this a good decision for Bremerton? Is it a good decision for the residents and for the future of the city? And extending sewer service, I believe is, and I don't have any question that's unanswered at this point. So that's where I am on this, and unless any other council member throws their hand up for another comment, though it's late, I will say let's just give it a second, and hearing none, let's go ahead and take the vote.
Wait.
Oh, we do have one.
One quick question.
Yes, go ahead, Vice President.
Okay, this does not pass for some reason. And can the developer come back and ask again when they have more plans? That's the question I would like to ask.
I don't know who might want to answer that, Ms. Hitch, maybe, or, yeah, Engineer Lever.
Can you ask that question one more time, please?
My cat let herself in the door. Sorry. I'm still here.
Can you ask that question one more time?
Yes. So if for some reason this vote does not go through, I don't think that that's the case, but can the developer come back and ask again at a future time? Or are they going to, actually, maybe this is a question for Mr. Rasmussen, Mr. R. Can they come back again and ask for us to allow sewer once they have better plans, more information for us?
I'm honestly at a loss for words with that question, because I think if this has been a pretty long and extensive process for this decision. And I think if we get to the finish line here and this council decides that they don't approve extension of sewer service, I'm not going to be issuing an availability letter to this developer, and I doubt they're going to have a lot of confidence in coming back to this process to try to revisit it. And I don't want to speak for the developer, but I think that's my honest answer to that question. So, Matt?
That's a fair answer. I mean, that's a fair answer. So,
okay.
That's good. Thank you. It's 10 o'clock, 10:07. I'm done.
All right, seeing no other comments or discussion by council, let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Dennehy?
The audio is not there. We can't hear online who you just called.
Dennehy? Yes or no? No? Thank you. Good now?
Yes.
Mockler,
No.
Younger,
Yes.
Chamberlain,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Coughlin.
Yes.
Motion carries. 5 yeses, 2 nos.
We can't hear anything.
Clerk Hoover said motion carries 5 yeses, 2 nos.
Why is that there?
Were you able to hear me on that one, Councilmember Goodnow? Yes, he said yes. Okay, excellent.
Thanks.
All right, perfect. All right, with that, let's see if we can run through council reports real
Point
quick and wrap the
of
meeting
order,
up.
Council
Sure, point of order.
President. Yeah, due to a sudden indisposition, I'm going to be forced to leave at this time.
Okay, no worries. All right, we'll go to council reports, and since it's the first meeting of the month, we'll start with District 1, Council Vice President Jennifer Chamberlain.
Okay, I'm sure that there are very few folks left. I feel like I need to call something out, and that is, you know, and I've said before, when you know better, you got to do better. And I really took to heart some comments made by community members from the Jewish community that we didn't call out the negative messages that we heard from the anti-Semitic, xenophobic caller. Whatever that dox was we got, the whole West Coast, East Coast is being affected by it. Several councils have made changes. I think that one of our public commenters was like, well, it wasn't on an agenda for other folks to comment on. Well, that's our council rules and procedures. We can make that change because that's part of our that's part of our meeting, in the same way that the pledge and the invocation are part of rules and procedures. But I am very grateful that the rabbi did reach out to us, and I'm sorry that it was that way and not the other way. We should have reached out. So that is on me. My brother's a member of that temple. And so this is my family's community, and I didn't even reach out. And so so I apologize for that. I'm always a crybaby because my heart is on my sleeve, and a couple of folks really got to me today. And, you know, I'm concerned about what I'm hearing from homeless advocates about the chaos. This was I still don't know, you know, I'm still grappling with the choice I made to vote for this ordinance because I felt like I had to choose between, you know, upholding systemic racism by ignoring the Marvin Williams community or perpetuating class war by criminalizing poor folks. And so it was a difficult decision. Not only that, but a majority of my constituents wanted this ordinance. So in the end, I voted for it. But I really, I would like to know from Attorney Fennell. I know Jetty is there today, but I want to know what the city's policy is on implementing this ordinance. And so I want to call that to the carpet, because if there's no 72-hour notice, there's something wrong with the picture here. There's supposed to be a 72-hour notice for encampments. So I'd like to know what the city's policy on implementing our ordinance is. I want I want that to be clear. So other than that, on a positive note, I've been doing a little bit of research on 15-minute cities and researching everything that's around me within a 15-minute walk. And I think I'll share about that at the next council meeting. Not tonight, but we have a pretty walkable city. And there's a lot that we're doing that I'm proud of. My hope for the Fisher Platte folks is that that they get good neighbors when the development comes. I want you to have the best neighbors. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I'm just going to keep council reports to report outs and not start a Q&A, but encourage either you and the mayor to talk directly, or mayor can reach out with an answer on that. Thank you. Let's go next, District 2, Councilmember Denise Fry.
I had an incredible lunch the other day at the new restaurant in my district. Restaurant Lola is now open. Let's talk good food, fine dining, really good farm to table. The shrimp popped in my mouth. The grits were just the right texture, and the sauce was absolutely incredible. I'm a foodie, what can I say? Chef John Hall is now in my hood, and I'm very happy about that. I worked for the ADL for a few years in San Diego, and I don't happen to be Jewish. I don't know whether they thought I was Jewish or my last name could be Jewish. I loved working for the ADL, and I learned a lot. You know, I did their World of Difference Institute, which was anti-bias training, but they had arms that were, you know, looking into Holocaust denial, terrorism. Our regional director was working with FBI, and so, I mean, it was real. And I was working for the ADL when 9/11 happened. And it was one of the most traumatic events of my work career, to have to walk through that experience with those people that I worked with and the people that they represented. And so what's going on today over there affects me. And the hate speech that we had to endure the other night affected me greatly, which is why I got up and left. I will not tolerate it. I will not. And I don't think that anybody should. And I want to thank you, President Coughlin. I think we were all in shock. I didn't know what to do. You know, I finally just left. It was that fight or flight response. And I want to thank you for getting it pretty quickly managed. And I have faith that that's going to protect all of us from that kind of violence, really. The only other thing that I really want to say is that there was a lot of validation tonight. I think that we really need to work hard on our relationships with our nonprofit partners. I think we need to bring them to the table for decision making. And I need to say this, as a previous CEO of a nonprofit that specialized in housing and services for domestic violence victims, to not include KCR, Rescue Mission, Salvation Army, and others in the decision-making process about where a site should be or what kind of buildings should be on it would be a devastating mistake. And we have that expertise not on staff. We have that expertise in our community. So that's it for my report.
All right, next up, District 4, Councilmember Quinn Dennehy.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep my report short since we are a little bit after 10. First off, you know, that's in response to homelessness advocates. That's kind of why I had a no vote on that, is I thought we needed a little bit more time to engage with stakeholders and folk to really get it right. And I didn't really like punting it to the mayor to make the decision on his own. However, I'm just one vote on the council. Second aspect, I want to really thank the community members who've been engaging so much. It's been really nice to see so many folks in the chambers, and I hope that continues. And I think there has been a little bit of a civic engagement awakening as there's harder and harder decisions to be made. You know, I joined council 2.5 years ago, and the decisions are getting a lot tougher as we get into some really serious issues, and we see a lot of changes. And so I'm hoping that the council continues to listen to our constituents, and you know, those Jewish constituents and, you know, constituents that were absolutely appalled by the hate speech. I'm completely there with you. That was extremely disturbing to sit through. Just to reiterate again, we do get legal advice, and as somebody that took constitutional law and passed the bar in it, there is no hate speech exception to the First Amendment of the Constitution. And I just want people to be aware of that. And I think President Coughlin, you made a really good point, is we don't want to enrich the folks that are spewing this hate speech with taxpayer dollars when they come after us for a First Amendment breach. So I really want that to be understood, that that's kind of the reason that we have to let people have their 3 minutes. I'm hoping that I get a longer goodbye. I'm hoping this isn't my last council meeting. I've been told it takes about 10 days to certify, but also the assistant city attorney let me know that it's not guaranteed that this is not my last. So I'll say longer goodbyes when I leave next council meetings, but I just want to say that it's been a pleasure to serve the residents of Bremerton, specifically the residents and constituents of District 4, especially an honor to serve with you all. Special thanks to the staff that puts up with us really and carries out all the duties of the city and continues these long meetings with us. Special shout out to 2 staff members that really supported me in my time, and that's Lori Smith and Kylie Finnell. Those 2 really were instrumental these last 2.5 years in my time on council, but hopefully I'll get to say some more on the 15th. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. And next up, we'll go to District 5, Councilmember Michael Goodnow, who's here in person.
Who is now here in person, so if BCAT can find me. I don't have a big report tonight, but I just do, I've worked in the LGBT community a lot, and I just, there's no place for hate speech, and it was really upsetting. I did want to, and I'm so glad the folks came out, but I do want to also say somebody kind of called out Council President Coughlin for shutting down somebody else, but that was a little different. That was clearly a prank. We know who that was. They used a fake name. They just, it was not a sincere compliment. It was a performance, basically. I don't know if I really have anything else. I just wanted to say, I appreciated everybody's input, and it was really, really tough decisions. And like Quinn had said, it's getting tougher. And I want to thank Quinn Dennehy for his time. It's been a pleasure to have him on board the council, and hopefully we'll have a bigger goodbye. But in case this is it, bye, Quinn. That's all I have.
And District 7, Councilmember Eric Younger.
Okay, so first of all, I've been on the council for a while, and I like to brag, you haven't seen a long meeting yet. I think this is pretty close. Andrea, Mayor Wheeler, we're getting there, and I don't want to break the record, so I'll be real quick. There's a lot of stuff that was talked about during public recognition. Again, I appreciate all the input, and you're welcome to come down. In fact, more than welcome to hear. Most of it's complaints. I would really appreciate, especially when it's talking about the homeless issues. And a lot of people came up with good ideas that, hey, go look at the pallet thing, okay? So we should look at the pallet thing. But come with more. I'd appreciate it if you came up with more suggestions on how to help solve the crisis than complaining about how bad we're doing. I mean, you're welcome to do both. That's fine. I've been here for a while, and I've taken a lot of brunt of, you're terrible at this, and how dare you do that. We sit here and we take it, but we're humans too, and we'd really like to come up with some solutions. So if you have some, send your emails in, and we'll banter them about. And the last thing I want to mention is thank you, Mayor Wheeler, for agreeing to have the town hall. I did note on November 14th, I believe, and I think it's here, as that was said, 1 hour is not going to be enough based on the public input tonight. I think you realize that. And that's all I have for my report.
Fantastic. Here. Yeah, Councilmember Dennehy, I hope my math is right on the at least 8 days to certify, and the election's on the 8th, so we'll have you on the 15th, but we should, so I'm gonna save my remarks for then. Yeah, I got some slides. I'll try and go quick. First is, absolutely as they load. I made this graphic last week in response to the hate speech. Folks feel free to share it. I shared it with council. It's on social media. And this was kind of in response to the letter from El Cerrito, California, that had the Jewish mayor pro tem who also had to deal with this. And he spoke about how difficult it was for him, I think, especially being Jewish, to have to sit and let hate speech continue. But one thing that they did to adapt was to basically have the sign and to be able to hold it up as a protest when that was happening. And they made the same decision to disallow Zoom on public recognition. So, you know, I don't think we've faced anything like this before. So for anyone who's still listening, just thanks for the patience with us as we try and adapt to the best of our ability and in dealing with this. And next slide. We've had a lot of difficult situations recently. I definitely appreciated everyone speaking up, all the volunteers out there who are helping, who are contributing to positive solutions. It's not easy having to make ordinances like the one we did to strike that middle ground. But I want to go out of my way to actually thank Bremerton Police Department. This is a snapshot from a video they put online the other week that really highlighted their efforts to do outreach ahead of time to folks in MLK and other areas. And what the video shows, if you go and watch it, is them going tent to tent, talking to folks. They're handing out a flyer that listed exactly what the ordinance is, when it goes into effect. It really seemed like excellent communication. I know we heard from some folks tonight that there might still be some more communication to be had, but I think BPD has gone above and beyond to really make this process as smooth as possible. So just thank you to our police and our police navigators for, I think, really professionally dealing with this difficult situation. And next slide. Ferry issues continue. Just another thanks to Bremerton Ferry Coalition. I wanted to highlight that one of the solutions, immediate ones, was to basically do a crew appreciation day for the ferry. And so the Bremerton Ferry Coalition actually got a bunch of folks together to go down on a Sunday and take the 11 o'clock ferry back and forth with signs thanking the crew, because we want crew to choose this route. We want crew to come to Bremerton. That's one of the issues. And it was the exact time that the Chimicum had its issue. So horrible timing, except I think it really helped. Again, I think it's that communication with WSF is really helping them. They moved another boat to get back on our route. I know some of the folks that are doing the best they can and dealing with this issue, but again, thanks to Ferry Coalition. Next slide. A few more quick ones. All right, moving on to happier news. This is a thanks for Public Works and all the city staff that facilitated the downtown Bremerton trick or treat last night. And so it was my husband's idea to dress up as firefighters, and that really stemmed from, can we put Max in a cute Dalmatian outfit? So I realize now, I told Mary Wheeler quickly the other day, I was like, okay, now I got to dress as like police next year, and then as a public works person next year, and then a parks next year to be equal. But anyway, no favoritism, but it was happy coincidence that Sparky was down there with the Bremerton fire truck and some firefighters. So anyway, thanks to folks that made that happen. Downtown was packed. It was really great to see. Next slide. Also want to mention, we talk about affordable housing. This target housing session November 9th is coming up, hosted by KCAR for folks that are able to attend. I know Mayor Wheeler will be there as a panelist, so that's excellent. Next slide. Speaking of housing, this article came out on Evergreen Point development here. On the left is kind of what it is now, on the right is the drawing for the future. This is another tough one. I've heard some from folks that don't want more buildings coming in. But I was pretty direct in the interview I did with The Sun that this is in line with the zoning. It has businesses. It makes the area walkable, livable. We need the housing density. I'm happy to see it come in, although I know some folks won't be happy to hear me say that. This is what we need when we look 10, 20 years out. So it's good to see, in my opinion. And next slide, I think my last, just happy Veterans Day, November 11th. I know we won't have our next general council meeting until afterwards, so thank you again to everyone in this room who've served, which is almost half, I think, as I look around. So appreciate it, and I'll wrap it up there. And let me ask before we go to it, to Attorney Fennell, of the exec session, it's late, it's still needed, right? It's timely. Okay. All right, so now council will convene for an executive session for up to 30 minutes to discuss potential impending litigation under RCW 42.30.110, Section 1, subsection I, and that action is anticipated when we come back. Hold on. Oh, 15? Okay. And we can extend it if need. Well done. Okay.
We're really not going to be chatty.
All right. So we'll convene for 15 minutes for exec session, and we'll come back with action.
Wear us down.
Order after executive session. I'll call upon the city attorney or assistant city attorney to summarize the action before council and provide a recommended motion.
Is it registering? No? Okay. So this is in regard to class action settlements involving PFAS chemicals in drinking water. The motion is move to authorize the city attorney and mayor to take the necessary steps to exclude the city from the in-ray aqueous film forming foams product liability litigation class action settlements with DuPont de Nemours Inc. et al. And 3M Company.
And actually, before we go to the council, I really need to ask if any of the member of the public wishes to comment on this. We have none in the room, and we'll check real quick if we have any online. We do? Okay. Hey, Roy. All right, Mr. Runyon. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thanks for sticking with us.
Does the aqueous foam firefighting, does this have to do with the fire department? And if so, were civilians exposed to the aqueous, this particular brand of aqueous foam that may be carcinogenic? I think that's what the issue is. And did DuPont know that there were issues related to possible carcinogenic nature of their compound? Because this type of thing is actually happening across the country, including the military. Anyway, that's it.
Yeah, I guess this assistant city attorney, if you want to address that real quick, appreciate it.
Sure. So this class action settlement would be involving PFAS chemicals beyond just the firefighting foams that have been found in drinking water systems. So not specifically firefighters.
Cool. Thank you. Any other member of the public to speak on this? All right, seeing none, then I'll go to the council for a so moved.
So moved.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Yes.
Councilmember Goodnow?
Yes.
Mockler? Keep
Folks
going.
online can't hear again.
Sorry.
Put the microphone right in front of your mouth.
Councilmember Goodnow is a yes. Younger?
Yes.
Chamberlain?
Yes.
Fry?
Yes.
Dennehy?
Yes.
Coughlin?
Yes.
Motion carries 6 yeses.
All right, I'll wrap us up here. Got to announce that the last of 3 budget workshops to discuss the 2024 proposed budget will be held tomorrow, November 2nd, beginning at 3 p.m. in the meeting chambers. See you all in like 15 hours. Public is welcome to attend in person or remotely by Zoom, but there'll be no opportunity for comment. Written comments, of course, are always welcome at any time. The next study session will be held in the 6th floor council conference room on Wednesday, November 8th, beginning at 5 p.m. with a remote option available by Zoom to also view. That concludes tonight's regular council business. Thanks all. Meeting is adjourned.